The last thing Kale saw was the sky bleeding red. It wasn't a sunset. It was the color of torn flesh, of cosmic energies ripping reality apart at the seams. Below, the ruins of what was once Denver were swarming with horrors. Creatures of twisted bone and gibbering madness, the corrupted, surged like a tide of living nightmares. In the air, formless shadowy things, the whispering wraiths, drifted like smoke, their silent screams echoing directly inside his skull, a constant assault of maddening voices promising oblivion. His body was a map of agony. His left arm was gone, cauterized at the shoulder by some acid-spitting monstrosity. A piece of rebar was skewered through his thigh, pinning him to the shattered concrete of a collapsed overpass. His custom-forged alloy sword, a weapon made from a meteorite that could channel his awakened energy, was fractured, the blade a jagged stump in his hand. He was out of ammo, out of energy, out of time, and he was alone. "Damien, you bastard!" Kale roared, his voice a shredded, raw thing. The face of his once trusted second-in-command flashed in his mind's eye. The smirk, the kick that had sent him tumbling into the horde. The betrayal was a poison more potent than any monster's venom. A huge corrupted, its body a grotesque fusion of 3 humans, lunged forward. Its gaping maw, lined with splintered teeth, snapped inches from his face. Kale spat a wad of blood and defiance into its eyes. He had fought for 10 years. 10 years of this hell. He'd built a sanctuary, gathered survivors, fought back when everyone else had cowered. He had clawed his way up to the peak of human power, a level 4 iconic awakened, a living legend. And it all ended here, because of one treacherous piece of shit. Number not like this. As the monster's claws descended, a final, primal scream of pure, undiluted refusal ripped from Kale's soul. It was not a plea for help or a cry of pain. It was a curse upon the universe, a denial of this fate, a final act of will against the overwhelming cosmic horror that had drowned the world. "I refuse!" The world went black. Sunlight. Warm, gentle, and utterly offensive. It streamed through the dirty blinds of a window, painting dusty stripes across a cheap particle board desk. The distant rhythmic hum of traffic, the faint sound of a neighbor's TV, the smell of stale pizza and cheap air freshener. Peace. A disgusting, alien concept. Kale's eyes snapped open. He shot up, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. His right hand flew to his left shoulder, feeling for the missing limb. It was there, whole, weak, maybe, but definitely there. His hand slid down to his thigh. No rebar, no mangled flesh, just the thin fabric of worn-out jeans. He scrambled off the lumpy mattress, his bare feet hitting a sticky patch on the linoleum floor. He looked down at his hands. They were uncalloused, younger. The network of scars that had crisscrossed his arms and chest for a decade was gone. "What the hell?" he whispered, his voice unfamiliar. Not the gravelly tone of a seasoned commander, but the smoother voice of a young man. He stumbled into the tiny, cramped bathroom and flicked on the light. The face staring back from the cracked mirror was his own, but 10 years younger. 22 years old. No hardened lines around the eyes, no gray streaks in his short brown hair. Just a kid with a haunted look in his eyes. On the counter, an ancient-looking smartphone, a model he hadn't seen in a decade, showed the date. September 14th, 2024. Exactly 10 years. 10 years to the day before the divine advent. Before the sky tore open and the whispering began. He gripped the sink, his knuckles white. The memories of blood, fire, and betrayal were so vivid, so real. They felt like they had happened a second ago. The phantom pain in his shoulder was a dull, throbbing ache. I'm back. I actually came back. The shock was a physical blow, making his knees weak. He wasn't dead. He had been given a second chance. A wave of elation so powerful it was nauseating washed over him, followed immediately by a chilling Arctic rage. Damien Vance, the family that had mocked him, the world that was sleeping, blissfully unaware of the apocalypse barreling towards it. He wouldn't just survive this time, he would conquer. As if summoned by the sheer force of his will, something flickered into existence before his eyes. A translucent blue screen, sharp and clear like something out of a sci-fi movie, hovered in the air. Willpower filtration system activated. Source of activation: extreme resistance against cosmic entity's will at the moment of soul death. System core ability: purify corrupted energy. Auxiliary function unlocked: eternal storage space. Kale stared, his breath caught in his throat. A system? This was new. In his past life, people had awakened, gaining powers, but nothing like this. This was his own, forged from his final defiant scream. He thought of his broken sword, the symbol of his final stand. The sword. Hesitantly, as if testing a dream, he reached out his right hand, focusing his mind on the thought of the eternal storage space. A subtle tear in reality, visible only to him, shimmered in the air. He plunged his hand into it. His fingers brushed against cold, familiar metal. He pulled. With a soft sheeing, he drew the weapon out of thin air and into the dim light of his crappy apartment. It was his sword. The hilt, wrapped in the worn leather he knew so well. The blade, forged from a unique tungsten meteorite alloy, was snapped in half, the break a jagged, angry line. Dried, dark crust, alien blood, still clung to the metal. It was real. All of it. No. Fking way, he breathed, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face. This wasn't just a second chance. This was a god-tier cheat code. He could feel it now, a subtle energy in the air. The Lin Ki or mana, as some had called it. In his past life, it had only appeared in a massive, overwhelming wave on the day of the apocalypse. But now, he could sense it was already here, thin and scattered, a precursor to the storm. It was this energy that awakened people, but it was also what drove them mad. It was laced with the whispering, the insidious will of the cosmic entity that sought to corrupt and consume everything. He focused on that energy, a thought directed at his new system. Absorb. Immediately, the system responded, detecting ambient awakened energy. Analysis. Energy contains 1.7% toxic will of the cosmic entity. Commencing purification protocol. Purification complete. Pure energy stored. Current reserve, 0.01 units. Kale's grin widened until it hurt. This was it. This was the key. In his past life, every awakened person had to constantly fight the mental corruption that came with absorbing power. It was a balancing act on a razor's edge. The stronger you got, the louder the whispers became, the closer you were to becoming one of the monsters you fought. Many powerful heroes had fallen not to claws and teeth, but to the madness in their own minds. But not him. Not this time. His system was a perfect filter. He could absorb all the power he wanted, with none of the side effects. While others would struggle and risk their sanity for every scrap of power, he could drink from the fire hose. He wouldn't just be strong. He would be untouchable, a god among insects. The elation solidified into cold, hard purpose. Revenge. Preparation. Those were the only two things that mattered now. He tossed the broken sword back into the storage space. It vanished without a sound. He walked over to the particle board desk and booted up the ancient, slow-as-molasses laptop that sat on it. While it whirred and groaned its way to life, he logged into his bank account on his phone. Balance: $247.18. He almost laughed. A cosmic joke. The future savior of humanity, the man who would build a fortress to weather the apocalypse, was flat broke. But money was just a tool, and he knew exactly how to get it. The laptop screen finally blinked to life. He ignored the clutter of old files and opened a web browser. With fingers that moved with practiced ease, he pulled up the stock market charts. He looked at the flickering green and red lines, but he wasn't seeing numbers. He was seeing the future. He knew which obscure biotech firm was about to announce a miracle drug. He knew which tech startup was about to be bought out by a giant for 100 times its value. He knew which cryptocurrencies, currently worth fractions of a penny, would explode into the thousands. His knowledge wasn't just power, it was a weapon of mass financial destruction. And his first target was already in his sights: Vance Industries, a mid-tier logistics company, sturdy, reliable, and owned by the family of Damien Vance. In his past life, Cale had been a lowly warehouse worker for them, fired for a minor infraction by Damien himself, an act of petty arrogance that had set Cale on a path of poverty just before the world ended. The memory was faint, overshadowed by the later, ultimate betrayal, but now it burned with renewed fire. He would not just take their money, he would obliterate them. He would buy their company out from under them using their own predicted stock movements against them. He would bleed them dry, ruin their reputation, and leave them with less than the $247.18 he currently had to his name. He would ensure that when the sky bled red and the monsters came, the Vances, especially Damien, would be on the street with nothing, just like he had been. It was a special kind of cruelty, a revenge that spanned across time itself. Cale leaned back in the creaky chair, the faint light of the monitor reflecting in his eyes. They were no longer the eyes of a lost 22-year-old. They were ancient, cold, and utterly merciless. "Let the games begin," he whispered to the quiet, unsuspecting world. A storm was coming, and his name was Cale. The 24/7 diner smelled of stale coffee, burnt bacon, and the kind of cheap disinfectant that couldn't quite cover up decades of human existence. It was a symphony of the mundane, the clatter of ceramic on formica, the low murmur of late-night conversations, the weary sighs of the overnight waitress. To Cale, it was the sound of a world that didn't know it was already dead. He sat in a corner booth, the cracked red vinyl sticking to his jeans. His ancient laptop was propped open, its fan whirring like a tiny dying animal. A half-empty mug of black coffee, his third of the night, sat beside it. For the past 72 hours, this booth had been his entire universe. Sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford. Food was whatever he could swallow without looking up from the screen. His fingers flew across the keyboard, not with the fumbling uncertainty of a 22-year-old, but with the ruthless precision of a predator. He wasn't typing. He was dissecting the world's financial markets, his knowledge of the next 10 years a scalpel of impossible sharpness. His starting capital of $247.18 was a fucking joke, an insult. He'd turned it into something usable in less than a day. First, a tiny, unheard-of pharmaceutical company, Biogen Innovations. He knew that in exactly 6 hours, they would release a surprise press statement about a successful Phase 2 trial for a new Alzheimer's drug. Their stock, currently trading at a pathetic 12 cents a share, would spike by 300% before the bigger players even noticed. He'd used an online brokerage that offered insane leverage to retail traders, a practice that would be outlawed in a few years. He poured his entire $247.18 into it, leveraged 50 to 1. It was a move that would have been financial suicide for anyone else. For him, it was a certainty. He'd watched the clock, sipping his bitter coffee. When the news hit, the green line on his screen shot up like a rocket. He sold at the absolute peak, a second before the initial hype began to level off. Transaction complete. New balance. $37,152.50. He didn't even smile. It wasn't enough. It was nothing. Next came the crypto market. The Wild West of finance, a playground for degenerates and dreamers. And he knew all its secrets. He funneled his 37 grand into a meme coin called Shiba Nova, a digital token so worthless it was a running joke on internet forums. But he remembered. He remembered the exact date a bored billionaire would tweet a picture of his dog next to its logo, sending its value into the stratosphere for about 90 minutes. The wait was agonizing. He lived on coffee and adrenaline, his eyes burning from staring at the screen. He saw the tweet appear in real time. He watched the price explode, a vertical green candle of pure, unadulterated greed. Millions of dollars poured into the coin from idiots chasing the pump. Cale waited, his heart a steady, cold drum. He waited for the peak he knew was coming, the absolute, teetering top of the pyramid. Click. He sold everything. Seconds later, the billionaire posted a follow-up tweet. LOL JK. The price collapsed. A bloodbath. Fortunes were made and lost in minutes, but Cale was already out. New balance, $2,879,400.15. Almost $3 million in 3 days, from a starting point of less than 300. He finally allowed himself a small, tight smile. This was real money. This was fuck you money. But it still wasn't his goal. This was just the ammunition. Now, it was time to point the gun. He closed the crypto exchanges. He opened a new high-level brokerage account, one that catered to serious investors. The transfer went through instantly. Now, he was no longer a gambler. He was a shark, and he could smell blood in the water. He typed Vance Industries into the search bar. The familiar blue and gray logo filled the screen. A logistics and shipping company, solid, dependable, and a pillar of the Denver business community. Owned by the Vances. Damian Vance's family. The bastard who had kicked him into a horde of monsters. The man whose smirking face was burned into the back of his eyelids. Cale's knuckles went white as he gripped the mouse. Revenge wasn't a dish best served cold. It was a feast to be devoured while it was still screaming. His knowledge of the future wasn't just about stocks and crypto. It was about people, about their secrets. He knew that in exactly 2 days, on Friday afternoon just before the market closed, a bombshell report would be leaked by an investigative journalist. The report would expose a massive, decade-long scheme by Vance Industries, proving they had been systematically dumping industrial waste into a tributary of the South Platte River, falsifying environmental reports to cover their tracks. The scandal would be catastrophic. He looked at their current stock price, a healthy $158.45 per share, a symbol of stability. Cale was about to turn it into a tombstone. He began the process of short selling, borrowing shares to sell them immediately, with the promise of buying them back later. If the price dropped, he would buy them back for pennies, and the difference would be his profit. It was a direct bet on failure, a declaration of war. He didn't just short a few shares. He went all in. He used his entire capital. He used every ounce of leverage the new brokerage would give him. He placed a short order so massive, so disproportionately huge, that it must have triggered alarms in some back office somewhere. It was the financial equivalent of aiming a hydrogen bomb at a suburban home. For the next 2 days, the world was a blur. He moved from the diner to a cheap motel, the only requirements being a power outlet and a Wi-Fi connection. He barely slept, his mind running a constant loop of data, timing, and pure concentrated hate. The Vance Industries stock ticked along, stable. He knew the family and their investors were sleeping soundly, completely unaware that a temporal ghost was holding a gun to their company's head. Friday afternoon arrived. 3 p.m., 1 hour until the market closed for the weekend. Cale sat in the dim motel room, the only light coming from his laptop screen. He had a newsfeed open. He refreshed it. Once, twice. And then it appeared. Denver Post. Exclusive. Vance Industries implicated in massive environmental cover-up. Leaked documents show decades of illegal chemical dumping. Boom. On his other screen, the stock chart for Vance Industries froze for a split second, as if the market itself was taking a sharp breath. And then it fell off a cliff. It wasn't a decline, it was a free fall. A waterfall of red so violent it was beautiful. From $158 to $120 in the first 5 minutes. The trading volume exploded as panic selling began. Cale watched, his face expressionless. A news alert popped up. Marcus Vance, CEO of Vance Industries, issues a statement calling the allegations baseless and a malicious attack. The company is initiating a massive stock buyback to stabilize the price. Cale almost laughed. "Do it, you old fool," he whispered to the screen. "Pour your money into the fire." He could see their move on the trading charts. A huge buy order, a desperate attempt to prop up the price. But it was like trying to stop a tsunami with a bucket. For every share they bought, 100 more were sold by panicked investors. The price continued to plummet. $90. $75. He knew from his memories that the Vance family would liquidate their personal assets, their other holdings, everything, in a desperate, prideful attempt to save the company's name. They were feeding their fortune directly into his kill shot. $50, $30. The final 10 minutes before closing were a bloodbath. The stock was in a death spiral. News outlets were already running stories about the SEC launching a federal investigation. It was over. With 1 minute left on the clock, the stock hit $12.74. That was the bottom. He remembered it clearly. Cale moved his mouse over the close position button. His entire short, worth hundreds of millions of dollars in bets, was about to be cashed out. This single click was the executioner's axe. He thought of Damien. He pictured the arrogant prick getting the phone call, the shock, the disbelief, the slow dawning horror as he realized that his family's empire, his entire world, had been turned to ash in a single afternoon. The satisfaction was a warm, pleasant glow in Coyle's chest. He clicked the button. The system took a second to process the monumental transaction. Then a new window popped up. Position closed. Profit credited to account. New balance, $642 million. Cale stared at the number. It wasn't just money. It was power. It was the foundation for his fortress. It was the cost of 1 million assault rifles, 100 armored vehicles, a private satellite, a self-sustaining ecosystem that could laugh in the face of the apocalypse. It was the price of the Vance family's complete and utter destruction. He slowly closed the laptop. The sudden quiet in the cheap motel room was heavy. He stood up and stretched, his joints popping in protest after days of being hunched over. He walked to the window and pulled back the grimy curtain. The sun was setting over Denver, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. It was beautiful, unspoiled. The people in the streets below were heading home from work, thinking about dinner, about the weekend, about their small, fragile lives. They had no idea that their world was on a countdown timer. They had no idea that in a dingy motel room, a man had just acquired the fortune of a small nation, all for the purpose of surviving the end of all things. He let the curtain fall. The first step was complete. Revenge was sweet, but it was just an appetizer. The main course was survival. Time to go shopping. The black G-Wagon, a vehicle designed for urban royalty pretending to like the outdoors, handled the treacherous mountain road with insulting ease. Cale sat in the heated leather passenger seat, staring out at a world of white and gray. Snow-laden pines stood like silent sentinels on either side of the narrow, winding path. The air outside was thin and sharp, cold enough to steal your breath, but inside the SUV, it was a comfortable 72 degrees. Next to him, in the driver's seat, a man named Arthur Henderson prattled on. Henderson was a high-end commercial real estate broker, the kind of guy who wore a $1,000 suit to a site visit in the middle of nowhere. His face had the permanently tanned, slightly stretched look of a man who spent more time on the golf course than in an office. And of course, the government is practically giving it away, Mr. Knight, Henderson said, his voice smooth as silk. Kyle had chosen the alias Knight for his new shell corporation, Aegis Strategic Holdings. It felt appropriately defensive. It's a relic, a Cold War dinosaur. The upkeep costs alone would be a nightmare, not to mention the environmental remediation for the old diesel generators, if they even still work. In the back seat, a rumpled-looking bureaucrat from the General Services Administration, a man named Clark, grunted in agreement. Clark just wanted to offload this piece of federal property that had been a line item on his budget for 30 years. He clutched a worn briefcase to his chest like a life raft. Cale didn't say anything. He just looked at the rugged peaks of the Rocky Mountains. A dinosaur, Henderson had called it. An obsolete piece of junk. Cale had to suppress a laugh. These idiots saw a concrete and steel tomb, a money pit. He saw the cradle of humanity's future. He saw the unfallen fortress. The G-Wagon rounded a final bend, and the sight came into view. It was brutally ugly. A massive, flat expanse of reinforced concrete had been blasted out of the mountainside, now cracked and overgrown with resilient weeds poking through the snow. In the center of this platform, set into the sheer rock face, were two colossal steel doors. They were painted a faded olive drab, now streaked with decades of rust that looked like dried blood. A sign, barely legible, read, Cheyenne Mountain Auxiliary Site 7, restricted. Behold, Henderson said with a dramatic sweep of his hand, as if presenting a condemned shack. Your potential white elephant. Clark fumbled with his briefcase, pulling out a large, old-fashioned key. The hydraulics failed in '98. We have to use the manual override. Takes a minute. Cale stepped out of the warm vehicle. The cold hit him like a physical blow. The wind howled across the concrete clearing, a raw, primal sound. He zipped up his expensive technical jacket, the kind of gear real mountaineers wore. He'd bought it yesterday. He'd bought a dozen. As Clark worked on a small panel beside the gigantic doors, Henderson sidled up to Cale. Look, Mr. Knight, My job is to give you the best advice. This place is a sinkhole. For the price they're asking, you could build a brand new state-of-the-art facility anywhere you want. Why here?" Cale finally looked at the man. His eyes were flat, devoid of any warmth. "I like the view." Henderson's professional smile faltered for a second. He couldn't read this client. A 22-year-old kid with a bank account that could buy a small country who wanted to purchase a useless military bunker in the ass end of nowhere. It made no sense. With a groan of tortured metal, one of the massive doors began to inch inward. The sound echoed off the mountains. Clark, red-faced and panting from turning the crank, stepped back. "There you go. Watch your step. Lighting's on the emergency circuit." The air that wafted out of the opening was cold, still, and smelled of dust and sealed-off time. It smelled like a tomb. To Cale, it smelled like opportunity. They stepped inside. The emergency lights, weak yellow bulbs placed far apart, did little to pierce the oppressive darkness. The main entrance tunnel was vast, big enough to drive 2 tanks side by side. The walls were thick, exposed concrete, weeping with condensation. "As you can see, the structural integrity is questionable," Henderson said, his voice echoing in the huge space. He tapped a wall with his knuckle. "Moisture damage is rampant. God knows what kind of mold you've got growing in here. You'd have to gut the entire thing." "You have no idea," Cale thought. He wasn't looking at the crumbling concrete. He was seeing the future. In his mind, these walls were already stripped down and reinforced with layers of titanium tungsten alloy and polymer-infused concrete. A structure that could take a direct hit from a tactical nuke and barely vibrate. They walked deeper, their footsteps the only sound. They passed empty guard posts, offices filled with decaying metal desks, and a command center where smashed monitors and dead electronics lay scattered like bones. "The government stripped out anything valuable decades ago," Clark supplied from behind, his voice nervous in the dark. "The wiring is shot. The plumbing is a disaster." Cale ignored them. He was using a mental map, a memory from a lifetime ago. A memory of him and his team trying to break into this place for supplies, only to be slaughtered at the entrance. He knew its layout better than the man trying to sell it. He stopped in a vast 3-story high cavern that had once housed the main generators. They were gone, leaving only massive, oil-stained concrete plinths. "This would have been the power station," Henderson explained condescendingly. "Completely useless now. You'd need to run new power lines all the way up the mountain. The cost would be insane." Cale looked down at the floor. He stomped his foot. The solid thud reverberated through his boots. He knew that less than a mile beneath his feet, the Earth's crust was unusually thin. It was a perfect spot for a geothermal tap. A private, virtually inexhaustible power source that no one else knew was possible here. A mini geothermal reactor would power his fortress for 1,000 years. He turned left, down a corridor that was pitch black. "Sir, that area is not on the tour. It's listed as unstable," Clark squeaked. Cale pulled a high-powered flashlight from his jacket pocket, its white beam cutting through the darkness like a sword. He walked on, ignoring the protests. He found what he was looking for, a maintenance shaft leading straight down. He aimed the beam into the abyss. It didn't reach the bottom. "What's down there?" he asked. I believe it's the access tunnel for the primary water wells," Clark said, catching up. "They were sealed off. Probably contaminated by now." "Contaminated? You fucking clown." Cale smiled internally. He knew that at the bottom of this shaft was a sealed-off entrance to one of the largest, purest underground aquifers in North America. A private underground river of fresh water, shielded by a mile of solid rock from whatever horrors the apocalypse would unleash on the surface. It was the single most valuable asset in the entire state of Colorado, and these fools thought it was a liability. The tour was over. They walked back to the entrance, blinking as their eyes readjusted to the daylight. "So," Henderson said, rubbing his hands together, all business again. "As you can see, it's a project, a big one. But if your heart is set on it, the starting bid at the auction tomorrow is $5 million. Frankly, I expect you'll be the only bidder. We can probably get it for you at the opening price. $5 million? For a place that would be worth more than all the gold in Fort Knox when the world ended. It was the greatest bargain in human history." "I won't be at the auction tomorrow," Cale said simply. Henderson's face fell. "Oh, well, I understand. As I said, I want to buy it now," Cale interrupted. "I'll offer $20 million. Cash. Wire transfer cleared in the next hour. You and Mr. Clark can split a $2 million commission for your expedited processing fees. The paperwork is to be signed and filed before the end of the business day." Both men froze. Their jaws went slack. $20 million? For this piece of garbage? And a $2 million bonus on top? That was more money than Clark would see in 10 lifetimes of shuffling papers. Henderson was the first to recover. The slick professional mask snapped back into place, but his eyes were wide with avarice. "Mr. Knight, that is highly unusual. But for a client of your caliber, I'm sure we can make it happen. Right, Clark?" Clark just nodded dumbly, his mind still trying to process the number of zeros. "Good," Cale said. He pulled out his phone. "Send me the account details. My lawyers at Aegis Holdings will handle the rest." He didn't need to go back inside. He had everything he needed. While the two older men scrambled to make the most profitable phone calls of their lives, Cale stood on the edge of the concrete platform, looking out at the vast, snow-covered wilderness. The deal was done. The foundation was his. 2 weeks later, the mountain was no longer quiet. The narrow access road had been widened and reinforced by an army of roaring bulldozers and graders. Now, it was a constant parade of heavy-duty trucks. They carried I-beams of specialized steel, spools of fiber optic cable thick as a man's arm, and massive crated components that required police escorts. From a temporary command trailer set up on the platform, Cale ran his new empire. The shell company, Aegis Strategic Holdings, funded by his $642 million war chest, was a ghost. It had no public profile, no history. But it had one thing: unlimited cash. He hadn't hired one construction company. He'd hired 3 of the best in the AI world, paying them triple their normal rate and pitting them against each other in a race for massive completion bonuses. A German firm, famous for its tunnel-boring technology, was already drilling the shaft for the geothermal reactor. A Japanese robotics company was installing automated fabrication units in what would become the main workshop. An American heavy construction outfit was handling the structural reinforcement. The project was filed under the official cover of a next-generation secure data storage and research facility. The cover story was plausible enough to stop most questions. The sheer amount of money Cale was throwing around stopped the rest. The engineers and project managers initially thought their new client was insane. The list of specifications Cale provided was beyond overkill. It was military-grade paranoia cranked up to 11. "Mr. Knight," said a lead engineer from the construction firm, a man with 30 years of experience building skyscrapers, "you're asking for the main entrance to be replaced with a 5-meter-thick, single-piece alloy door. Sir, a bank's main vault door is less than 1 meter. The hydraulics to move something like that would be monumental. Cale looked up from his bank of monitors. Can you build it? Well, yes, but the cost... I didn't ask about the cost. I asked if you can build it. Yes or no? The engineer swallowed. Yes, sir. Another meeting, this time with the environmental systems team. A young, brilliant woman from MIT held up a schematic. A full nuclear, biological, and chemical air filtration system? With an independent oxygen supply from water electrolysis? Mr. Knight, this is the kind of system you'd find on a nuclear submarine or the International Space Station. For a data center, it's functionally nonsensical. Does it work? Cale asked, his eyes never leaving his screen. Of course it's the best technology on the planet, but... Then install it, Cale cut her off. And I want a 5-story extension dug out below the main level. It will house a fully automated hydroponics and aeroponics facility. The lighting and irrigation specs are in the file I sent you. I want it capable of feeding 200 people indefinitely. The room went quiet. A hydroponics farm? In a high-tech data bunker? They no longer thought he was paranoid. They thought he was a genuine lunatic. A rich, eccentric lunatic who paid his bills on time. They shrugged, took his money, and got to work. He commissioned a private satellite launch from a hungry startup company, disguising it as a next-gen communications relay. He bought up tons of steel, aluminum, titanium, and rare earth metals. He purchased a fleet of military surplus Humvees and cargo trucks and had them delivered to a warehouse in Denver for customization. His logistics team, hired away from companies like Amazon and FedEx with obscene salaries, worked 24/7, coordinating a global supply chain that all converged on this one remote point in the Colorado mountains. Cale stood at the window of his command trailer, watching the controlled chaos. Arc welders lit up the dark interior of the bunker like man-made lightning. The constant hum of machinery was the fortress's new heartbeat. The money was flowing out of his accounts at a staggering rate, millions of dollars a day. But every dollar spent was another brick in the wall he was building against the coming storm. He saw the looks the workers and engineers gave him, the whispers, the crazy billionaire building his absurd mountain palace. Let them whisper. Let them think he was insane. When the sky breaks and the world starts to scream, they'll know. They'll all know he wasn't crazy. He was the only one who was sane. From the glass-encased balcony of his command trailer, Cale watched his kingdom take shape. The air inside the fortress no longer smelled of old dust and time. It smelled of hot metal, ozone from the welders, and the sharp scent of cut stone. Below him, the vast main cavern was a beehive of frantic, organized activity. Men in hard hats swarmed over steel skeletons that would soon become new walls and floors. Robotic arms, guided by Japanese technicians, moved with unsettling precision, assembling complex machinery. The noise was a constant, deafening roar of engines, grinders, and shouted orders, but to Cale, it was the most beautiful music in the world. This was the sound of salvation being built. He held a tablet displaying his finances. The initial $642 million, an absurd fortune just weeks ago, was draining away like water through a sieve. But for every million that vanished, another truckload of life-saving resources arrived, and somehow, miraculously, the number wasn't just going down. It was going up. His knowledge of the pre-apocalypse world was a weapon. A few perfectly timed shorts on a collapsing tech bubble, a massive leveraged investment into a pharmaceutical company he knew was about to announce a breakthrough drug. His fortune had swelled, crossing the billion-dollar threshold. He was burning money faster than a small country, and yet he was getting richer. It was a joke, a beautiful, cosmic joke. The real operation, however, wasn't happening here under the mountain. It was happening on a global scale, a silent digital war of logistics, orchestrated from his command chair. Aegis Strategic Holdings was a ghost, but it had spawned children. Dozens of them. Prairie Grain Solutions was a shell company that placed an order for 500 tons of high-nutrient, vacuum-sealed grain and legumes, citing a new, large-scale humanitarian aid contract for sub-Saharan Africa. The shipment was routed to a warehouse in Denver. M-Tech Defense Surplus used a Class 3 federal firearms license, painstakingly acquired through layers of legal trickery, to purchase thousands of AR-15s, shotguns, and pistols, all listed as props for a series of blockbuster action movies. The seller didn't care. Cale's money was green. A third company, Apex Ore Traders, cornered the market on several small African tungsten mines and Australian titanium suppliers, buying up their entire output for the next year under the guise of building a new generation of satellites. Truck after truck arrived at the fortress. Long-haul drivers, grizzled men who had seen everything, gawked at the scale of the construction. They would back their 18-wheelers into a newly constructed, isolated loading bay at the far end of the facility, a massive concrete box sealed off from the main construction area. One driver, a stocky man named Dave with a faded trucker cap, watched as Cale, flanked by 2 security guards Cale had hired from a private military firm, approached his rig. "You got the manifest, Mr. Knight?" Dave asked, hopping down from his cab. He was hauling 40 tons of MREs, meals, ready to eat. 10,000 boxes of them. Enough to feed a battalion. "I have it," Cale said, his voice flat. He barely glanced at the paper Dave handed him. "Open it up." Dave grunted, unlatching the heavy rear doors of the trailer. He swung them open to reveal a solid wall of brown cardboard boxes, packed floor to ceiling, front to back. "All right, where's your forklift crew?" "This is gonna take all damn day to unload." Cale just shook his head slightly. "That won't be necessary. You can go. You'll be paid in full, plus a bonus." Dave blinked. "What?" "I gotta wait for you to unload. Company policy. I need a signed bill of lading." Without another word, Cale stepped up to the edge of the open trailer. The air around him seemed to shimmer for a split second, a distortion so faint it was like heat haze. He reached out and placed his palm flat against the nearest box. "System. Acknowledge target volume. Initiate transfer to eternal storage space?" Yes, Cale thought. What happened next defied all logic. It wasn't a whirlwind. It wasn't a flash of light. The boxes just vanished. In the blink of an eye, the first row was gone, then the second, then the third. A wave of nothingness swept through the trailer from back to front, a silent, invisible tide erasing 40 tons of matter from existence. In less than 3 seconds, the entire 53-foot trailer was empty. So clean you could eat off the floor. Absolutely, terrifyingly empty. Dave's jaw was on the floor. His cigarette fell from his lips. His eyes bulged, darting from the empty trailer to Cale's impassive face and back again. "What? What in the hell? Where? How did you—" Cale picked up the clipboard, scribbled his signature, and handed it back to the stunned driver. "Here's your signature. Have a safe trip, Dave." The driver stumbled backward, snatched the clipboard like it was cursed, and scrambled back into his cab without another word. As the truck sped away, kicking up dust, Cale felt a cold satisfaction. The system's storage was his greatest secret weapon, a space of infinite size where time stood still. He could store oceans and mountains in there if he wanted to. Hiding his preparations wasn't a problem. He was the hiding place. But hoarding materials was only half the battle. He needed talent. He needed brains. His gaze fell upon a specific file on his screen. It was a dossier on one Leo Chen. Public records listed him as a 24-year-old freelance cybersecurity consultant. The sealed government files Cale had paid a fortune to illegally unseal told a different story. Leo Oracle Chen was a digital ghost, a hacker of breathtaking talent. He'd slid through the firewalls of banks, corporations, and 3 different government agencies, not to steal, but just to prove he could. He was a curious cat who had wandered into the digital equivalent of a bear cage. The FBI had finally caught up to him. He was facing a decade in federal prison, a complete waste of a brilliant mind. Leo Chen stared at the dregs of his cold day-old coffee. His tiny, cluttered apartment in Boulder smelled of anxiety and instant ramen. His lawyer had called an hour ago. The feds weren't offering a plea deal. They wanted to make an example of him. His life was over. He was going to trade his keyboard for a concrete box. He ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair, his glasses askew. He was so screwed. All that talent, all that knowledge, and it had led him here, to ruin. A sharp knock on his door made him jump. It was probably the landlord coming to yell about the rent again. He shuffled over and opened it. 2 men in immaculate black suits stood in the hallway. They did not look like landlords. They looked like the kind of men who collected debts with baseball bats or made people disappear. "Leo Chen?" the taller one asked. His voice was calm, but it carried an unnerving weight. "Who's asking?" Leo squeaked, his heart hammering against his ribs. "We represent your new legal counsel," the man said, offering a thin smile. He handed Leo a business card. It was blank except for a single gold-embossed symbol, a stylized shield. Aegis Holdings. "Your previous lawyer has been dismissed. All pending federal charges against you have been dropped due to insufficient evidence." Leo stared at him, then at the card. This had to be a prank, or a trap. "Dropped? What are you talking about? That's impossible. This is a multi-agency federal case." "Not anymore," the second man said. "A series of anonymous, encrypted tips were delivered to the U.S. Attorney's Office this morning. They implicated a senior agent in evidence tampering in your case. An internal investigation has been launched. Your case file, unfortunately, was accidentally wiped from the servers during a system maintenance error. Tragic." Leo's mind reeled. The sheer technical skill and audacity required to do that. It was beyond anything he could imagine. It wasn't just hacking. It was digital warfare. And the power to make federal agents a target of their own organization? That wasn't money. That was something else entirely. Who are you people?" "We're the people offering you a job," the first man said. "A car is waiting for you downstairs. Our employer wishes to speak with you. He is very interested in your unique skills." An hour later, Leo was sitting in the back of a blacked-out Escalade, speeding towards the mountains. He was terrified, confused, but also thrilled. He was out of trouble. Someone, a force of nature, had simply erased his problems. Now he was about to meet them. They brought him to the command trailer overlooking the massive construction site. The moment he stepped inside, his brain went into overdrive. The technology here was insane. Banks of servers hummed quietly, running custom software he'd never seen. A holographic map of the facility hung in the air, data streams flowing through it in real time. This wasn't a data center. This was a command and control hub that would make NORAD look like a child's toy, And then he saw him, a young man, barely older than himself, standing before the wall of monitors. He turned, and Leo felt the full force of his presence. His eyes were ancient, cold, and held an intensity that made the FBI agents who interrogated him look like friendly mall cops. "Leo Chen," Kale said. It wasn't a question. "I've read your work. Impressive." You're the one who got me out?" Leo stammered, pushing his glasses up his nose. "Your legal troubles were an inconvenience. I have a project, the biggest project in human history. I need a master architect for its nervous system. I need someone who can see the flow of data, who can bend networks to his will, who can build me a digital fortress as impenetrable as the physical one outside." Kale gestured to a monitor. He tapped a few keys, and a schematic filled the screen. It was a network architecture diagram of staggering complexity. It integrated power grids, life support, automated defenses, global surveillance feeds, and a quantum-encrypted internal communication system. It was the most beautiful, most terrifying thing Leo had ever seen. "This is the security and automation system for the facility," Kale explained. "I designed the basic framework. I need you to build it, to refine it, to make it sentient, if you can." Leo stared, his coffee-addled brain firing on all cylinders. He could see it. The logic gates, the potential back doors, the sheer elegance of the design. This wasn't a job. This was a symphony. He could spend a lifetime working on this and never get bored. "Why?" Leo finally asked, his voice a whisper. "Why build all this?" It's overkill. You're preparing for a war." Kale turned back to the main window, looking down at the welder's sparks. "Worse," he said, his voice low and dead serious. "I'm preparing for the end of the world." Leo should have thought he was crazy. Every rational part of his brain, every bit of logic he'd ever relied upon, screamed that this man was a delusional billionaire with a god complex. But as he looked at the impossible fortress being carved out of a mountain, at the world-breaking technology humming in this very room, and into the dead certain eyes of the man who had plucked him from federal prison as easily as picking a piece of lint off a sweater, Leo found that he didn't have a single doubt. He reached for a nearby thermos of what smelled like insanely good, fresh-brewed coffee. He took a long sip. "Okay," Leo said, his eyes now gleaming with a manic energy. "Where do I start?" Leo Chen lived on a diet of black coffee, nicotine gum, and pure, uncut data. For 3 weeks, he hadn't seen the sun. He didn't care. The Unfallen Fortress's command center was his new universe, and its humming servers were the stars. The stale air of his old apartment was replaced by the clean, filtered atmosphere of the bunker, and the constant threat of federal prison was replaced by the exhilarating terror of building the digital backbone for the end of the world. He was a god in this machine. With a few keystrokes, he could reroute gigawatts of power from the geothermal core to the cavern-sized hydroponic bays. He could run threat simulations on the outer perimeter's automated defense turrets, check the inventory of every single bullet in the armory, or monitor the life support systems in the medical wing. He had built a fortress of code around Kale's fortress of steel and concrete, a system so complex and responsive it felt alive. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Leo jumped, sloshing coffee onto his console. He frantically wiped it up as Kale approached from behind, his footsteps completely silent. The man moved like a predator. "Jesus, boss, you need to wear a bell or something," Leo grumbled, pushing his glasses up. Kale ignored the comment, his eyes fixed on the massive holographic globe that dominated the center of the room. It was a standard commercial satellite feed. Blue oceans, green continents, white clouds. Pretty, but ultimately useless. "It's a masterpiece of architecture, Leo," Kale said, his voice flat. "But a fortress is a tomb if you're blind. All of this," he gestured to the entire sprawling facility, "is worthless if we don't know what's happening outside. When the world goes dark, every satellite network you see up there, GPS, Starlink, every government and corporate eye in the sky will go with it. The signals will get corrupted, the ground stations will be overrun, the systems will fail, we'll be the best equipped cavemen on the planet." Leo leaned back, chewing on a pen cap. He understood the problem immediately. Information. In a world without rules, information wasn't just power. It was survival. Knowing where the monsters were, where other survivors were gathering, where resources were still untouched. That was the difference between living and dying. "So, you want to hijack a military satellite?" "I mean, I'm good, but the NSA's encryption is no joke. It would take—" "No," Kale cut him off. "Hijacking is for amateurs. We're not going to steal someone else's eyes. We're going to build our own." Kale tapped on his tablet, and a new set of files appeared on the main screen. It was a corporate portfolio for a company called Stardust Aeronautics. Their stock price was a flat line at the bottom of the graph. They had one promising rocket design, the Venture 1, but a string of failed tests and dwindling capital had pushed them to the edge of bankruptcy. Stardust was run by a clown named Alistair Finch, Kale explained, a ghost of a smirk on his lips. An old money fool who thought space exploration was a gentleman's hobby. I had a shell corporation approach him with a massive, anonymous investment package. He was arrogant, laughed them out of his office, said he didn't need vulture capital. Leo grinned. He could see where this was going. Let me guess. 2 weeks later, his chief engineer quit. His main supplier went under, and a nasty story about his creative accounting practices leaked to the Wall Street Journal. "Something like that," Kale said, the smirk growing wider. "When my shell corp came back with the same offer, Mr. Finch was practically on his knees. We now own 70% of the company. In exchange for the funding to finish and launch the Venture 1, Stardust Aeronautics has agreed to carry a small, experimental telecommunications payload for us on its maiden flight. Free of charge." "A telecom payload," Leo repeated, the manic gleam returning to his eyes. "Right. And I'm just a freelance IT consultant." The real work wasn't happening in Stardust's dusty hangars in the Mojave Desert. It was happening 2,000 feet beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a hermetically sealed clean room adjacent to the command center. Inside, under the glare of sterile white lights, sat their payload. It wasn't small, and it had nothing to do with telecommunications. It was a thing of terrifying beauty. The size of a small car, its chassis was a matte black composite material designed to absorb radar signals. On one side was a lens assembly so large and complex it looked like the eye of an alien god. It was a multispectral telescope capable of imaging a postage stamp from low orbit. On the other side, an array of phased panels formed a ground-penetrating radar system powerful enough to map tunnel systems 100 meters beneath the surface. It was powered by a next-generation radioisotope thermoelectric generator, giving it a projected lifespan of over a century. This wasn't a satellite. It was Kale's eye of providence. Engineers Kale had headhunted with obscene salaries and non-disclosure agreements that carried life-ruining penalties worked in shifts, their gloved hands moving with delicate precision. These were men and women who had built rovers for Mars and spy satellites for the CIA. They had been lured away by a challenge they couldn't refuse and more money than they could spend in 10 lifetimes. And at the heart of it all was Leo, orchestrating the digital soul of the machine. He wasn't just writing code, he was weaving a web of quantum-encrypted commands and self-correcting algorithms. He built back doors into his own back doors. The official control software he provided to Stardust was a dummy package, a convincing fake that would report basic telemetry. The real control system was a hidden layer, a ghost in the machine that only he and Kale could access, ready to take over the second the satellite reached its designated orbit. The night of the launch was thick with humidity. On a remote launch pad carved out of the coastline of French Guiana, a facility Kale's holding company had leased for an exorbitant fee, the Venture 1 rocket stood stark and white against the black sky, bathed in floodlights. It looked pure, almost innocent, a symbol of human ambition. No one on the ground crew knew its true passenger. To them, it was just a rocket, and their job was to get it off the ground. But the real mission control was thousands of miles away, in the cold, quiet command center of the unfallen fortress. Kale stood before the holographic globe, arms crossed. He wore a simple black t-shirt and cargo pants, yet he commanded the room with more authority than any 4-star general. Leo was at his console, a dozen windows open, his fingers a blur across the keyboard. A live feed from the launch site played on the main screen. "All ground systems are green," Leo reported, his voice tight. "Their network is a joke. I'm riding shotgun on their comms. They have no idea. We have full access to all flight telemetry." "Stay hidden until orbital insertion," Kale ordered. "I don't want Finch or his half-wit crew getting any weird readings." "Copy that. T-2 minutes." The final moment stretched into an eternity. The voice of the Stardust launch director, tinny and distant through the speakers, counted down. 10, 9, 8. Leo's knuckles were white. All their work, hundreds of millions of dollars, the cornerstone of their entire post-apocalyptic strategy, was riding on that pillar of fire. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And we have liftoff. On the screen, a brilliant flower of orange flame erupted from the base of the Venture 1. For a second, it hung there, defying gravity. Then, with a majestic, world-shaking roar that was felt only as a faint vibration in the fortress, it began to climb. It ascended slowly at first, then faster and faster, a man-made star punching a hole through the night. "Trajectory is nominal," Leo announced, his eyes darting between data streams. "First stage separation, successful. Second stage ignition confirmed. She's flying like a dream." They watched in silence as the dot of light dwindled, streaking across the upper atmosphere. Minutes passed. The tension in the room was so thick you could taste it. "Approaching orbital insertion window," Leo said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Payload. Separation in 3, 2, 1. Now." On the telemetry screen, a small icon detached from the main rocket booster. It was free. "Okay, my turn," Leo muttered, cracking his knuckles. He typed a single line of code and hit enter. "Goodbye, Mr. Finch." Instantly, the dummy software on the satellite went dead. In the Stardust Mission Control Center in the Mojave, alarms would be blaring. Their expensive new satellite would have suddenly, inexplicably, gone silent. They would think it was a catastrophic failure, a disaster. But in Kale's command center, a new signal blossomed to life. System. Eye of Kyle 1 online. All systems nominal. Awaiting command. "Give me the keys, Leo," Kale said, his voice calm. "She's all yours, boss," Leo replied, a massive, triumphant grin spreading across his face. Kyle stepped up to the main holographic interface. He swiped his hand through the air, and the standard globe projection vanished. It was replaced by a new image, an image so sharp and clear it took their breath away. It was the Earth, seen from orbit. Live. But this wasn't the blurry, delayed feed of Google Earth. This was a perfect, real-time image. They could see the curve of the planet, the delicate swirl of weather patterns, the glittering spider webs of city lights. "Zoom in," Kale commanded. "Target, launch site, Guyana." The image plunged downwards. The coastline rushed up to meet them, the picture remaining perfectly stable and crystal clear. It focused on the launch pad they had just been watching on the video feed. They could see the scorch marks on the concrete. They could see the individual members of the ground crew slapping each other on the back, completely unaware that the god they had just launched was now staring down at them. "Holy shit," one of the poached engineers whispered from the back of the room. "That's not even the main optical sensor," Leo said, laughing with giddy disbelief. "That's just the navigational camera. Engage main lens, boss." Kale made another gesture. The resolution jumped by an order of magnitude. The image of the ground crew became so sharp they could see the logos on their caps. Target, Washington, D.C. The globe spun, and the view streaked across the Atlantic. The capital of the United States appeared. Zoom, the White House. The view dove again, resolving onto the famous building. It was daytime there. Enhance, North Lawn. The image zoomed until they were looking at a Secret Service agent talking into his wrist. The picture was so clear they could almost read his lips. "Thermal overlay," Kale commanded. The world turned into a psychedelic canvas of reds, yellows, and blues. They could see the heat signature of every person, every car engine, every ventilation shaft. "Now for the fun part," Kale said, a cold, predatory light in his eyes. "Activate ground-penetrating radar. Target, New York City, Manhattan." The view shifted again. The skyscrapers became translucent ghosts. Beneath them, a complex, three-dimensional map bloomed into existence, revealing the intricate network of subway tunnels, sewer lines, and forgotten, sealed-off passages that lay beneath the city. A hidden world, laid bare for them to see. Leo just stared, his coffee forgotten. The power at his fingertips was obscene. They could watch any army move, track any target, find any hidden base. No one could hide. Not from this. Kale stood before the glowing hologram, the entire planet hanging in the air before him, subject to his gaze. He had spent billions. He had manipulated markets, corporations, and governments. He had built an army's worth of weapons and a fortress to withstand Armageddon. And now, he had this, the ultimate advantage, the ultimate high ground. He had become a god before the end of the world had even begun. "Good," Kale said, his voice a low, satisfied rumble that echoed in the silent command center. "Now we can see the monsters coming." The holographic Earth spun slowly, a flawless marble of blue, white, and green. For a full 10 minutes after the eye of Kale 1 came online, no one in the command center spoke. They just stared, mouths agape, at the sheer, obscene power displayed before them. Live, high-definition, multi-spectrum views of any point on the planet, available with a simple voice command. It was beyond military grade. It was the kind of power nations went to war over, and Kale had bought it with cash. Leo Chen finally broke the spell. He let out a long, low whistle and slumped back in his chair, running a hand through his already messy hair. "Jesus H. Christ, boss. This is porn for data freaks. This is the Holy Grail. We can see everything." Kale didn't take his eyes off the globe. He watched the lights of Tokyo glitter against the darkness of the Pacific. "Everything, Leo. That's the point." He turned away from the display, his brief moment of satisfaction already replaced by the cold, relentless ticking of his internal clock. "The show's over. It's time to clear the stage." He tapped a comms panel on the wall. "This is Kale. To all project foremen and engineering leads. The final phase of construction is complete. All systems are green. Your work here is done." His voice, amplified throughout the cavernous facility, carried an absolute finality. "All personnel are to gather their personal belongings and report to the main hangar bay within the hour. Your final compensation packages have been wired. Check your accounts." He paused. "The bonus is for your speed and discretion. You have a 12-hour window to vacate the premises. After that, access will be permanently revoked. No exceptions." He cut the connection before anyone could reply. There was no need for questions. His orders were like gravity. An hour later, the main hangar, a space large enough to hold a squadron of C-130S, was filled with the low murmur of disbelief and elation. Hundreds of electricians, welders, programmers, and engineers, men and women who had spent the better part of a year working in total secrecy, were staring at their phones. 500 grand? Is this a typo?" One of the structural engineers stammered to his foreman. "Mine's $1 million, the foreman replied, his face pale. This is retirement money, life-changing money." They had been paid absurd salaries to begin with, but this final bonus was a golden parachute of epic proportions. It was Kale's way of ensuring silence, not through threats, but through a golden gag so heavy no one would ever want to take it off. They would scatter to the four winds, buy islands, and start new lives, and the secret of the mountain fortress would be safe. Leo stood at the edge of the command center's balcony, overlooking the hangar. He, too, had received a notification. The figure in his account had so many zeros, it looked like a software bug. He was technically a contractor, free to leave with the rest. He should have been packing. "You're not going with them." Kale's voice came from behind him, still silent as a shadow. Leo shoved his hands in his hoodie pockets. "I built the nervous system for this place, boss. The firewalls, the automation, the satellite uplink. Leaving now feels like abandoning my baby. Besides," he turned to face Kale, a cynical smirk on his face, "this whole setup screams billionaire doomsday prepper on a level that makes Silicon Valley tech bros look like they're playing with Lincoln Logs. You're not building this for a hostile takeover or a tax audit. You're waiting for the sky to fall, literally." Kale met his gaze. The air around them was still, the hum of the servers a constant low thrum. "The world you know has less than 24 hours left, Leo. Not a financial crash, not a war, an extinction-level event. A miracle's advent that will rewrite the laws of physics and biology. Every screen, every phone, every network on the planet will be flooded with a signal, a whisper, that will drive most of humanity insane. What doesn't go insane will be food for what comes after. When it starts, this fortress will be the only sane, safe place on the continent, possibly the world." Leo's smirk faltered. He was a man of logic and data. He didn't believe in prophecies or doomsday cults, but he had seen the data, the sheer volume of resources Kale had stockpiled. 50 years of MREs, a geothermal reactor, an underground farm that could feed a small town, a military arsenal that would make a third-world dictator blush, and now a private goddamn spy satellite that could read the brand of a man's shoes from orbit. This wasn't belief. It was a statistical certainty. No sane person invested this much capital unless they had absolute certainty of the outcome. "So that's the pitch?" Leo asked, his voice a little shaky. "Stay here and be the IT guy for Armageddon." "I need you, Leo. Kale stated simply. It wasn't a plea, it was a fact. The eye is our sight. The fortress's systems are its brain. You are the only one who can operate them at full capacity. You can leave with your money. You'll be a very rich man for about 10 hours. Or you can stay, and you can live. Leo looked down at the last of the trucks pulling out of the hangar. He thought of his dingy apartment, his life spent fighting digital ghosts for corporations that would replace him in a second. Then he looked around at the command center, at the glowing hologram of Earth, at the humming racks of servers that held the sum of human knowledge. It was the greatest technological challenge in human history, and it was his. All right, damn it, Leo sighed, pushing his glasses up. But I get unlimited coffee, and you're not allowed to sneak up on me anymore. My heart can't take it. A rare, fleeting smile touched Kale's lips. Deal. The 12-hour window closed. The last truck was a distant speck on the winding mountain road. Kale and Leo stood before the main entrance, a tunnel bored straight through the mountain's granite heart. Seal it, Kale commanded. Leo typed a command into a ruggedized tablet. A deep, resonant groan echoed through the tunnel as a 5-meter-thick slab of Titan tungsten alloy began to slide out of the wall. It moved with the slow, unstoppable force of a glacier, hydraulics hissing like giant serpents. When it finally slammed shut, the sound was a physical blow, a deep, world-ending thud that vibrated through the soles of their feet. 36 locking bolts, each the size of a telephone pole, shot home with deafening clangs. They were sealed in. The world was sealed out. Let's take a walk, Kale said, turning his back on the sealed gate. It was a tour of his kingdom. They walked through corridors of polished concrete, the air cool and clean, recycled by the military-grade filtration system that had just kicked into its closed-loop cycle. A soft hum in the walls announced that the geothermal reactor was now the sole power source, a captured volcano breathing life into their sanctuary. They passed the med bay, where Dr. Evelyn Reed's name was already stenciled on the door of the chief physician's office. It was a fully equipped hospital in miniature, with operating theaters, bioscanners, and cryogenic pods holding thousands of bags of synthetic blood. They walked down into the armory. It wasn't a room. It was a warehouse. Racks upon racks of AR-15s, Barrett M82s, and tactical shotguns stretched into the distance, each weapon perfectly cleaned and oiled. Pallets of ammunition were stacked 10 feet high. Crates of C4 and grenades formed small hills. In one corner, under a stark spotlight, rested the heavy machine guns and grenade launchers, their dark metal seeming to drink the light. Holy Mother of God, Leo whispered, his hacker sensibilities overwhelmed by the sheer analog lethality. Who the hell did you buy this from? Satan. Close, Kale replied, his gaze sweeping over his collection with grim satisfaction. They ascended to the hydroponics bays. 5 stories of vertical farms, glowing with the purple-pink light of specialized LEDs. The scent of rich earth and fresh vegetation was a shocking contrast to the sterile metal and concrete. Rows upon rows of lettuce, tomatoes, corn, and fruit trees were already beginning to sprout, their growth managed by an automated system of nutrient delivery and light cycles that Leo himself had designed. It was a hanging garden of Babylon for the end of the world. For an hour, they walked. They saw the workshops that could fabricate anything from a circuit board to a tank tread. They saw the library containing a digital copy of all human knowledge. They saw the massive water tanks and the recycling system that could make a single gallon last for a year. It was perfect. It was ready. Finally, They returned to the command center, the heart of the unfallen fortress. Kale had set up a simple digital clock on the main holographic display. It was counting down. 00:12:47, 16:12 hours. Kale sat in the commander's chair, a throne of black leather and polished steel. Leo took his station, his fingers already dancing across the keyboard, running final diagnostics out of sheer habit. On the globe, they could see the world going about its business. Commuters were stuck in traffic in Los Angeles. Children were playing in a park in London. Lovers were sharing a kiss under the Eiffel Tower. A world blissfully, stupidly unaware that it was on death row. Kale brought up a feed from a camera on the surface, disguised as a rock outcropping. It showed the sun setting behind the majestic peaks of the Rocky Mountains, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. It was beautiful. The last sunset of the human age. "It's kind of messed up, isn't it?" Leo said quietly, not looking away from his screens. "We're sitting here in total comfort, waiting for billions of people to just break." Kale watched the last sliver of the sun disappear behind a mountain. "I was there in the last lifetime, Leo. I wasn't waiting. I was one of them. I watched the world break. I watched everything and everyone I knew get torn apart by things they couldn't understand. I fought, I bled, and I died in the dirt." He turned his gaze from the sunset to the countdown clock. His eyes were not filled with sorrow or pity. They were burning with the cold fire of a predator who had waited an eternity for the hunt to begin. "This time," he said, his voice a low rumble of absolute certainty, "I'm not the one who's going to be screaming." The digital clock on the holographic display was the only sound in the command center, a merciless, rhythmic click that counted down the final seconds of the old world. 00:00:00:00:03. Leo Chen was holding his breath, his knuckles white where he gripped the edge of his console. His eyes were glued to the live satellite feed of North America. It was still nighttime. The continent was a beautiful, glittering web of city lights against the dark curve of the earth. 00:00:00:00:02. Kale leaned forward in his command chair, his expression unreadable. His gaze wasn't on America, but on the Pacific Ocean, where the sun was just beginning to rise over Japan. He was watching the dawn of a new terrible day. 00:00:00:00:00:01. The clicking stopped. For a single, silent heartbeat, nothing happened. The world on the screen remained perfect, pristine. Leo almost let out his breath, a sliver of irrational hope rising in his chest. Maybe Kale was wrong. Maybe it was all just the paranoid fantasy of a man with too much money and too much trauma. Then the sky broke. It didn't explode. It tore. All over the globe, reality itself seemed to rip open like cheap fabric. Thousands of jagged, shimmering cracks appeared in the upper atmosphere, glowing with a light that wasn't blue or white or any color a human eye was meant to process. It was the color of a seizure, of a fever dream. "Holy shit," Leo breathed, his scientific mind struggling to categorize what he was seeing. They're everywhere. From the heart of each crack, a pillar of pure, solid light lanced downwards. They didn't strike the ground with the force of a meteor. They pierced it, like a million divine needles sewing a new pattern onto the fabric of the planet. One slammed into the heart of London, another plunged into the Amazon rainforest, a third sank into the Gobi Desert. They didn't create craters or shock waves, they just arrived. And then the wave hit. It was invisible on the screen, but Kale and Leo felt it even deep within their mountain sanctuary. It was a physical pressure, a psychic tsunami that rolled over the entire planet in an instant. It wasn't a sound, but a feeling of being noticed by something vast, ancient, and utterly alien. What is that? Leo stammered, clutching his temples. A dull, pounding ache started behind his eyes. It felt like 1,000 voices were trying to whisper directly into his brain, all at once. It was a high-pitched, mind-scraping static that promised secrets and delivered only madness. Kale's eyes narrowed, but his face remained a mask of cold calm. "The whisper," he said, his voice cutting through the rising pressure in the room, the voice of the god who just arrived. "Don't listen to it." On the holographic globe, the beautiful web of city lights began to flicker and die. Widespread power outages cascaded across continents as the energy wave fried electrical grids. But that was the least of it. Kale zoomed the feed into downtown Tokyo. The scene was pure, unadulterated chaos. Crowds of people, just moments before rushing to their morning commute, were now screaming on the ground. Some were clawing at their own faces, tearing at their ears as if to dig the whisper out. Others were simply standing still, their eyes wide and vacant, drool trickling from their lips. Then, the first transformation began. Kale focused the Ohi, satellite, on a man in a business suit. His body began to twitch violently. His jaw unhinged with a soundless pop, stretching far wider than humanly possible. His spine bent backwards at an impossible angle, and a new set of limbs, thin and insect-like, burst from his back, tearing through his expensive suit jacket. He was no longer a man. He was a monster, a Keitha Hoa. It immediately lunged at a woman kneeling nearby, its newly formed claws sinking into her flesh. "Jesus Christ! Oh my God!" Leo gagged, spinning his chair away from the screen. He couldn't watch. It was a slaughterhouse, a global, instantaneous slaughterhouse. "Look," Kale commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. "You need to see this. You need to understand what we're up against." Reluctantly, Leo turned back. Kale had switched the feed to Times Square in New York. The massive electronic billboards were all dead, their dark screens now reflecting a scene from hell. Cars were crashed everywhere. People were attacking each other with a feral, mindless rage. But there was something new. From a man who had just been bludgeoned to death, a smoky, dark shape slowly peeled away from the corpse. It had a vaguely human form but no features, like a shadow that had been given 3 dimensions. It drifted through the air, passing through a car door as if it wasn't there. A Vong Hon Thi Tam. It floated towards a panicked survivor huddled behind a taxi, and as it passed through him, the man let out a silent scream. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed, catatonic. "Physical attacks don't work on them," Kale explained, his tone like a professor giving a lecture. "They attack the mind, weaken your will, make the whisper louder." The pressure inside the command center was intensifying. Leo felt his vision swim. The whispers in his head were getting clearer, promising him power, knowledge, anything he wanted if he would just let go. And then it stopped. Not gradually, instantly. One moment, Leo's head felt like it was about to split open. The next, there was only a profound, blessed silence. The air in the room felt crisp, clean. The pressure was gone. He took a deep, shuddering breath, the relief so intense it made him dizzy. He looked at Kyle. The man was sitting perfectly still, but the air around him was different. It seemed to shimmer, to distort slightly, as if he were the center of his own personal reality. "What did you do?" Leo asked, his voice trembling with awe. I didn't do anything, Kale replied, a hint of something new in his voice. Satisfaction. My system did. This is the Vung Tin Lang Tuyet Joy. Within this zone, the whisper is blocked. We are an island of sanity in an ocean of madness. Leo stared at him. The man was a walking, talking middle finger to the apocalypse. While billions screamed and died and twisted into monstrosities outside, they were in here, perfectly fine, watching it on a high-definition screen like it was a pay-per-view event. But for Kale, it wasn't just about safety. It was about opportunity. He closed his eyes. The pressure he had felt wasn't painful, not for him. For him, the arrival of the cosmic entity and the flood of its energy, the Lin Qi, was a dinner bell. While Leo felt the malicious, mind-breaking whisper, Kale felt the raw power beneath it. His very soul, forged in the fires of a past life's final, desperate stand, recognized this energy. It craved it, and his Hethong Lok Ir Chi was hungry. He didn't need to do anything consciously. It was as natural as breathing. The system, his unique personal miracle, activated on its own. He could feel it, a vortex centered on his very being. It began to pull. Outside the Phao Jai Bat Lak, the raw, chaotic energy washing over the Rocky Mountains was a tempest of madness and power. It was like a polluted river, thick with the hostile, alien will of the entity that had bled it into their world. But as that river of energy reached the fortress, it was drawn towards the command center, towards Kale. It hit the edge of his Vung Tin Lang and was instantly met by an invisible, voracious filter. He could perceive it in his mind's eye, a torrent of violent, crimson energy being forced through a sieve of pure, golden light. The crimson was the raw Lin Qi, contaminated with the whisper, with the entity's will to corrupt and consume. The golden light was his system, ruthlessly stripping away the contamination. It ripped the voice from the power, discarding the madness and keeping only the fuel. A stream of pure, warm, golden energy, completely free of any hostile intent, flowed directly into Kale's body. It was an exhilarating, intoxicating feeling, like diving into a cool spring on the hottest day of summer. Every cell in his body sang. His muscles, his bones, his very nerves hummed as they soaked in the purified power. It wasn't a violation like it was for the rest of the world. It was a homecoming. A series of emotionless, mechanical notifications appeared in his mind, clear as text on a screen. Hethong Lok Ir Chi activated, detecting massive influx of raw, hostile awakening energy. Initiating purification protocol, purging cosmic will, filtering psychic contaminants. Purification complete, converting to neutral energy. Host is now absorbing pure, foundational energy. The flow was immense. The entire planet was being drowned in this stuff, and Kale's system was a super-powered siphon, drinking it all in. His body felt like a battery being flash-charged. The power coalesced, settled, and integrated with his soul. Sufficient energy absorbed, threshold met, initiating evolution. A wave of warmth spread from his chest, more intense than before. It was a feeling of becoming more. Chap, Jo Tong. Thuk Tinach. Chap Emote. Kale opened his eyes. The world looked different. Sharper. He could see the individual pixels on the holographic display from across the room. He could hear the faint whirring of a specific server rack in the adjacent chamber. He could feel the flow of electricity through the fortress's conduits, and beyond that, he could feel something else. He extended his senses, and for the first time, he could truly perceive the new energy map of the world. He could feel the massive, stable pillars of light that had struck the earth, great anchors of power. And he could feel the chaotic, screaming hotspots of energy that were the major cities, where millions of souls were being corrupted or extinguished. It was a horrifying, beautiful new layer to reality, and he could see it all. Leo, oblivious to the profound change that had just occurred within his boss, was still staring at the screens, a look of numb horror on his face. "What now?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "What the hell do we do now? Just sit here?" Kale stood up from his command chair. The power thrumming under his skin felt incredible. It was a familiar strength, a promise of what was to come. He had spent 10 years of his second life preparing, planning, building. Now, the foundation was laid. The game had begun. And he was the only player who had read the rulebook. He walked over to the main holographic display, dismissing the chaotic global feeds with a wave of his hand. He looked down at Leo, and for the first time since they'd met, Leo saw a fire in his eyes that wasn't cold and calculating. It was the blazing fire of a hunter. "Sit." "No, Leo," Kale said, his voice a low, confident rumble. "We don't sit. We act. The world is full of resources for the taking, and I have a very long shopping list." He pointed a finger at the map of Colorado. "Bring up a tactical overlay of the Denver metropolitan area. Highlight all major hospitals, police armories, and National Guard depots." A flicker of understanding and then excitement replaced the horror in Leo's eyes. "A supply run? Now?" "No," Kale corrected him, a sharp, predatory smile touching his lips. "Not a supply run. It's a harvest." For 3 days, the world burned on their screens. 3 days of watching civilization crumble in high definition from the serene, sterile comfort of the command center. Kale had monitored the satellite feeds with the detached focus of a scientist observing a petri dish experiment gone horribly wrong. He watched cities fall, armies shatter, and millions die or transform. He tracked the energy fluctuations, memorized the monster hotspots, and cross-referenced everything with the grim memories of his past life. Leo, on the other hand, had gone through the 5 stages of grief on a loop. Denial, anger, bargaining with a god he didn't believe in, depression, and a numb, horrified acceptance. He drank enough coffee to kill a small horse and barely slept. The silent, pristine safety of the unfallen fortress felt less like a sanctuary and more like a gilded cage suspended over a bottomless abyss. On the morning of the 4th day, Kyle turned off the main globe display. The sudden silence in the room was deafening. "Time to go outside," Kale announced, his voice cutting through the tense air. Leo jumped, spilling coffee on his console. "Outside? Are you insane? It's a goddamn meat grinder out there. We saw it. The corrupted, the wraiths. What the hell are we going to do?" "I'm going to pick up an asset," Kale said, walking towards the armory elevator. "You're going to be my eyes and ears from here. Keep the satellite feed locked on my position and maintain comms. I want tactical updates, not a running commentary on how screwed the world is. Understood?" Leo, wiping down the console with a shaky hand, could only nod. "Asset?" What asset could possibly be worth that? He gestured vaguely at the blank screens that had shown him endless nightmares for 72 hours. "The best damn shield in the world," Kale replied as the elevator doors hissed shut. A few minutes later, the main 5-meter-thick blast door of the unfallen fortress groaned open. A customized military Humvee, painted flat black and plated with extra layers of armor, rolled out into the dawn of the new world. The air that hit the vehicle was thick with the smell of smoke and something else, something metallic and acrid, the smell of shed blood on a massive scale. Inside, Kale gripped the steering wheel. He was clad in lightweight black tactical gear, an AR-15 modified to his own specifications resting in a magnetic clamp beside him. The Vung Tin Lang Tuyet Joy, his personal bubble of sanity, extended to encompass the entire vehicle. To him, the world outside was just a physical mess. He felt none of the mind-scraping psychic pressure that was driving the rest of humanity insane. "Comms check, Leo. Can you hear me?" Kale's voice was calm, steady. Loud and clear." Leo's voice crackled through the speakers. "I'm tracking you. 5 clicks to the edge of the Denver suburbs. No major energy spikes directly on your route, but..." "Shit, Kale. The streets are a war zone. I'm seeing dozens of heat signatures moving erratically. They look like... them." "Acknowledged," Kale said, pushing the Humvee's powerful engine harder. He didn't need Leo's thermal imaging to see the chaos. The suburbs were a postcard from hell. Houses were ablaze, their flames licking at a sky choked with greasy black smoke. Cars were overturned, smashed into each other, or driven straight through the walls of buildings, and among the wreckage they shambled, the corrupted. Kale saw a woman in a tattered nightgown, her jaw hanging open at a sickening angle, dragging one leg behind her as a fleshy, pulsating tendril grew from her shoulder. He saw a teenage boy, his arms elongated into bony scythes, mindlessly bashing his head against a lamppost. They were everywhere, drawn by the sound of the Humvee's engine. "They're converging on your position, Kale. At least 20 of them!" Leo's voice was high with panic. "Relax, Leo. This is a test drive," Kale said flatly. The first one, a former mailman judging by the shredded uniform, lunged at the Humvee's driver's side window. Its hands weren't hands anymore. They were just masses of fused bone and cartilage that ended in sharp points. It slammed against the bulletproof glass with a sickening crunch. Kale didn't even flinch. His eyes, now enhanced by his awakened state, saw something else. As the creature attacked, his system automatically overlaid a new layer of information onto his vision. Analyzing target, Keitha Hoa, low tier. Scanning energy structure. Weakness identified, Nut Lin Han, soul node, located in the upper thoracic spine. A small shimmering red dot appeared on the creature's back, visible only to Kale. It was the creature's spiritual anchor, the one point where its new, twisted form was held together. Without slowing down, Kale lowered the armored window just enough to stick the barrel of his rifle out. The corrupted mailman shrieked, a horrible wet sound, and tried to claw its way inside. Kale fired a single precise shot. Thwip! The sound was almost anticlimactic. The 5.56 round, guided by a master's hand and a godlike targeting system, struck the red dot perfectly. The effect was instantaneous and grotesque. The creature didn't just fall. It imploded. Its body convulsed violently, and then it seemed to dissolve from the inside out, collapsing into a pile of quivering, gray sludge that sizzled on the asphalt. Hostile eliminated. Small amount of purified energy absorbed. "Holy shit!" Leo screamed over the comms. It just melted. What did you do?" "Pest control," Kale replied, raising the window. He floored the accelerator, the Humvee's heavy-duty tires crushing the sludge into a nasty smear. He swerved around a burning bus, his eyes scanning the street. More red dots popped into his vision. Thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 more shots, 3 more corrupted, dissolving into goo. He was a surgeon, and this was an operating theater. The Humvee roared through the ruined neighborhoods, leaving a trail of twitching sludge in its wake. Kale navigated with a preternatural certainty, guided by the memory of a map from his past life. He was looking for a specific address, a place where he knew a hero was being made. He found it. A 2-story house, its front half completely collapsed into the street. A massive slab of reinforced concrete, part of the foundation, lay at an angle, creating a small dark cavity. From within that cavity, Cale heard it, the terrified sobs of a small child, and the low, guttural growls of at least a half-dozen corrupted clawing at the rubble. And another sound. A rhythmic, metallic clang. "Leo, give me eyes on this location. I'm getting out," Cale said, grabbing his rifle and stepping out of the Humvee. The Vung Tin Lang moved with him, a bubble of peace in a world of screaming chaos. The corrupted, drawn by the new presence, turned their attention from the rubble to Cale, their malformed faces twisted in mindless rage. One, a massive brute of a man whose skin had turned a bruised purple, charged him. Cale raised his rifle. Newt Linhon, left kneecap. Thwip! The creature's leg disintegrated. It tumbled forward, its momentum carrying it into a pathetic heap at Cale's feet. He didn't even look down as he put another round into the red dot that now appeared on its skull. Sludge. He dispatched the other 5 in under 10 seconds. The silence that followed was broken only by the child's crying and a low, pained groan from under the concrete. Kyle walked to the edge of the slab and peered into the darkness. There he was, Jack Bulldozer Riley. The man was a giant, over 2 meters of solid muscle, his bald head gleaming with sweat and grime. A long, fresh scar ran down the side of his face. He was on one knee, his back pressed against the concrete slab, holding it up with sheer, inhuman strength. His skin had a bizarre metallic sheen to it, and the claws of the corrupted had only left shallow scratches on his arms. This was his awakened ability. Tan the Tep Hua. But he was at his limit. His muscles trembled violently, and blood trickled from his nose. His steel-like skin flickered, occasionally reverting to normal flesh before hardening again. Behind him, huddled in the small space his body created, was a little girl, no older than 5, clutching a dirty teddy bear and crying her eyes out. Jack looked up, his vision blurry with exhaustion. He saw a man in sleek black armor, standing calmly where a half-dozen monsters had just been. He felt nothing. The incessant, mind-tearing whisper that had been gnawing at him for days was just gone. The relief was so sudden, so profound, it almost made him pass out. You're not one of them," Jack grunted, the words a painful effort. "Who are you?" Cale didn't answer. He holstered his rifle, placed his hands on the edge of the massive concrete slab, a piece of rubble that had to weigh several tons, and braced himself. Jack's eyes went wide. "What are you doing? You can't—" Cale's muscles tensed. The pure, foundational energy he'd absorbed flooded his system. He let out a low grunt, and with a sound of grinding stone and tortured rebar, the slab of concrete began to move. It didn't just shift, it lifted. Kyle, a man of average build, was lifting it clear off the ground. Jack stared, his jaw slack with disbelief. He felt the immense pressure vanish from his back. He stumbled forward, his steel-like skin reverting to normal as his energy gave out completely. He fell to his knees, gasping for air. With a final, mighty heave, Kyle shoved the entire slab sideways. It crashed onto the street with a deafening boom that shook the whole block. He stood there, breathing normally, not a drop of sweat on his brow. He turned to Jack, who was still on his knees, staring at Cale as if he were looking at God. "Get the girl. We're leaving," Cale said, his tone matter of fact. He walked back to the Humvee, opened a storage compartment, and pulled out a bottle of purified water and a high-calorie energy bar. He walked back and tossed them to Jack. Jack caught them automatically. His hands trembled as he unscrewed the cap. The water was cold, clean. It was the most incredible thing he had tasted in 4 days. He tore open the energy bar and devoured it in 3 bites. The rush of nutrients a miracle to his depleted body. He looked from the life-saving supplies in his hand to the man standing before him, then to the terrified but safe little girl who was cautiously peeking out from behind him. This man hadn't just saved him. He had brought with him a pocket of silence, a feeling of absolute safety that Jack thought was gone from the world forever. He had displayed strength that defied all logic, and he had done it all with the casual air of someone taking out the trash. Jack Riley had been a firefighter. His life was about running into burning buildings while others ran out. He was the strong one, the rescuer. But here, now, he had been the one who needed saving. And this stranger hadn't just saved him. He had shown him a level of power that was on a completely different plane of existence. He slowly got to his feet, gently nudging the little girl forward. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "My name is Jack." "I know," Cale said. "I'm Cale. I have a place. It's safe. There's food, water, power. I need strong, loyal people. I came here specifically for you." Jack's mind reeled. He came for me? The idea was staggering. In this new world of chaos and random death, this man's actions were deliberate. They had purpose, loyalty, for this man, for the chance to feel this safe again, for the power to protect people, a power far beyond what he could do on his own. It wasn't even a choice. He looked at Cale, his eyes filled with a newfound, unwavering fire. "Tell me what to do, boss. I'm yours." A flicker of a smile, sharp and satisfied, touched Cale's lips. "Good. First, get in the truck. Our harvest has only just begun." The ride back was thick with a tension different from before. The Humvee's engine was a low growl, the only constant in a world that had lost its mind. In the back, the little girl who had whispered her name was Lily had cried herself into an exhausted, fitful sleep, her small hand still clutching the dirty teddy bear. Jack Riley sat in the passenger seat, a giant of a man crammed into the armored vehicle. He kept glancing from the devastation outside the window to the man at the wheel. Cale. The guy drove like he was on a Sunday trip to the grocery store, his hands steady, his expression unreadable. Jack's own hands, however, wouldn't stop shaking. He just chugged the bottle of purified water and devoured the energy bar, and the calories were hitting his system like a lightning strike, but it did nothing to calm the tremor in his soul. "Boss," Jack started, his voice rough. He wasn't used to calling anyone that, but no other word felt right. "Thank you. I was done. That slab. Lily ... He couldn't finish the sentence. The memory of his muscles screaming, of his bones grinding, of his hope draining away second by agonizing second was too fresh. "Don't thank me. You were useful," Cale replied without taking his eyes off the road. "You proved your worth before I even got there. That's why I came." Jack's brain struggled to process that. He came for me. He knew. It was one thing to be saved by a miracle. It was another thing entirely to be the destination of that miracle. It gave him a sense of purpose that he hadn't felt even when he was putting on his firefighter's gear. This felt bigger. My skin," Jack said, looking at his own massive forearms. It turned hard, like metal. I don't understand what's happening." "You awakened," Cale stated simply. "The world changed. Some people break. Some people transform. You transformed. Your ability is called Tan the Tep Hoa, steel form body. You get stronger, your skin becomes as tough as alloyed steel. A perfect shield. Kale said it with such absolute certainty, like he was reading from a technical manual. It wasn't a theory, it was a fact. Jack fell silent, his mind reeling. He had a power. He had a name for his power, and the man next to him knew it. All of it. "Routes blocked ahead, boss." Leo's voice, still tinny with anxiety, crackled over the intercom. "Looks like a major pileup in front of the Eagle Rock Mall. I'm rerouting you, but you'll have to go through the parking lot. Thermal shows." Oh man, it shows people. A lot of them, not monsters, just people. "Acknowledged," Kale said, turning the heavy Humvee smoothly toward the sprawling commercial complex. The Eagle Rock Mall was a scene of pure anarchy. It had been one of the first places to be looted, a beacon for the desperate. Now it was a graveyard of consumerism. The giant glass entrances were shattered. Every storefront was a dark, hollow mouth, picked clean of anything valuable. The parking lot was a maze of abandoned cars and overturned shopping carts. And in the middle of it all, humanity was eating itself alive. Kale slowed the Humvee to a crawl. Just ahead, a drama of the new world was unfolding. A family, a skinny man, a terrified-looking woman, and a teenage son were huddled against a concrete pillar. They clutched a few dented cans of soup and a box of crackers. Surrounding them were 5 other men, bigger, armed with tire irons and baseball bats. They looked gaunt, but their eyes burned with a predatory hunger. "Give it up, you pathetic fucks." The leader of the thugs, a man with a spiderweb tattoo on his neck, snarled. "You don't need it? We do. Please," the father begged, holding his family behind him. "It's all we have. My wife is sick." "Not my problem," the thug spat, hefting his bat. The scene was ugly, primitive, and utterly predictable. This was the world now. The monsters were one threat. The humans were another. In Jack's old life, he would have charged in without a second thought, a shield for the weak. Now, he just sat there, frozen, waiting for his new boss's command. Then, the thugs noticed the Humvee. Their predatory eyes swiveled from the helpless family to the matte black, military-grade vehicle. It was like a pack of hyenas spotting a lion. But these hyenas were stupid. The leader's face split into a greedy grin. He pointed his baseball bat at the Humvee. "Well, look what we have here! Army boys! All right, get out of the truck, drop your gear and all your supplies, and we'll let you walk away." Jack stared in disbelief. The sheer, suicidal arrogance of the man was breathtaking. Did he not see the kind of machine he was threatening? Kale didn't even sigh. He simply turned his head slightly and looked at Jack. His eyes were cold, his expression flat. It wasn't a question. It was a transfer of authority, an order given without a single word. "Handle it," Kale said, his voice a low command. Something inside Jack clicked into place. The confusion, the fear, the uncertainty, it all evaporated, replaced by a surge of adrenaline and cold purpose. He was the shield. This was his job. He slammed the armored door open, the heavy metal making a deep thump that echoed in the parking lot. He stepped out, unfolding to his full, towering height. The 5 thugs took a step back, momentarily intimidated by his sheer size. "Who the hell are you, big guy?" the leader demanded, trying to sound tough. "I gave you an order." Jack didn't say a word. He focused on the feeling Kale had described. He willed the change. A faint, metallic shimmer ran across his skin. "Tan, the Tep Hoa." Then he moved. He wasn't a firefighter anymore. He was a bulldozer, just like his old nickname. He charged, covering the 20 feet between them in a handful of massive strides. The leader swung his baseball bat, a cracked wooden Louisville slugger, aiming for Jack's head. Crack! The sound wasn't of a skull fracturing, but of wood splintering into 1,000 pieces. The bat shattered against Jack's forehead, which now had the dull sheen of titanium. He didn't even blink. He didn't even feel it. The thug's eyes went wide with disbelief and terror. What the... Jack's hand, now as hard as a steel ingot, shot out and clamped around the man's wrist. A wet, snapping sound followed as bones turned to powder. The man screamed, a high, piercing shriek of agony. Jack didn't stop. He yanked the man forward and drove a knee into his chest. There was a sickening crunch of ribs giving way. The leader crumpled to the ground, unconscious and broken. One down. The other 4 stared for a split second, their brains unable to compute what they had just seen. Then fear took over. One of them, armed with a tire iron, swung wildly. Jack simply raised his forearm to block. The iron bar bent into a U shape against his skin with a loud clang. Jack grabbed the bent bar, ripped it from the man's hands, and slammed the man's face with his other hand. It was less of a punch and more of a collision. The man dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, 2 down. The remaining 3 scattered, trying to run. It was useless. Jack was on them in a second. A kick shattered a kneecap. A backhand sent another one flying into a car door with enough force to dent the steel. The last one tripped over his own feet, sobbing on the ground. Jack stood over him, a 2-meter-tall god of retribution, his skin gleaming under the smoky sky. The entire fight had lasted less than 15 seconds. It wasn't a fight. It was an execution. The parking lot fell into a shocking quiet, broken only by the whimpers of the injured and the ragged breathing of the family they had been tormenting. Only then did Cale step out of the Humvee. He moved with an unhurried grace, his black tactical gear making him look like a shadow given form. He walked past the groaning piles of human wreckage without a glance, his AR-15 held loosely at his side. He stopped in front of the cowering family and the other few survivors who had watched the display from the shadows. Their faces were masks of terror and awe. Kyle's gaze swept over them, cold and analytical. "The world you knew is over," he announced, his voice carrying clearly in the open space. "The governments are gone. The police are gone. The laws that kept men from acting like animals are gone. There is no more order." He paused, letting the words sink in. He then gestured with his chin towards the broken thugs on the ground, and then to Jack, who stood like a silent metal statue. "This is the new law," Cale stated. "Strength. Purpose. Those who have it make the rules. Those who don't, obey or be broken. You want to survive? Stop fighting each other over scraps. Get stronger, get smarter, or get out of the way." His speech was done. He walked back to the Humvee, opened a side compartment, and pulled out a small pack of high-calorie military ration bars. He tossed it on the ground in front of the stunned father. "That's a gift. Don't waste it," Cale said. Then he got back in the Humvee. Jack followed, the metallic sheen fading from his skin as he relaxed. He slammed the door shut, the sound final. As they drove away, he looked in the side mirror. He saw the father hesitantly pick up the rations, his eyes filled with a complicated mix of gratitude and fear. He saw the other survivors staring after their departing vehicle as if it were a chariot of the gods. They hadn't just been saved. They had been given a lesson, a brutal, terrifying, but unforgettable lesson. For the rest of the drive, Jack was silent. He now understood. Kale wasn't just a survivor. He wasn't just a rescuer. He was a force of nature, a new kind of king for a new broken world. And Jack Riley, the bulldozer, was his knight. An hour later, they were deep in the mountains. The air grew cleaner, the signs of destruction less frequent. Kale turned the Humvee down a nondescript, unmarked service road that quickly led to a sheer cliff face. It looked like a dead end. Boss?" Jack asked, confused. Kale didn't answer. He just pressed a button on the dashboard. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a low grinding sound that seemed to shake the very mountain, a section of the rock face began to retract. It wasn't a door. It was the mountain itself pulling apart, revealing a massive, brightly lit tunnel sealed by a second, even larger circular blast door, like the entrance to a vault for giants. "Holy Mother," Jack breathed. Kale drove the Humvee into the tunnel. The rock face sealed behind them, plunging them into temporary darkness before floodlights flickered on, illuminating the path to the main door. Leo's voice came over the comms, a huge sigh of relief in his tone. "Welcome home, boss. Biometrics confirmed. Opening the main gate." The 5-meter-thick metal iris groaned open, revealing what lay beyond. Jack's jaw went slack. It wasn't a bunker. That was too small a word. It was an underground city. A vast, cavernous hangar stretched out before them, large enough to hold a dozen Humvees like their own. The air was cool, clean, and recycled, smelling faintly of ozone and machinery. The floors were polished concrete, the walls reinforced metal, and the ceiling was a network of pipes, conduits, and brilliant LED light panels that mimicked daylight. A thin, perpetually wired-looking man in a hoodie and glasses, Leo, was waiting for them, holding a tablet. He looked at Jack, then at the sleeping little girl in the back, and then at Kale. "One asset, one civilian child. A productive trip, I see," Leo said, his attempt at sarcasm failing under a layer of genuine relief. Jack stepped out of the Humvee and just stared. He saw walkways leading to other levels. He saw massive bay doors labeled Armory, Workshop, Medbay. He heard the distant hum of powerful generators, felt the impossibly solid ground beneath his feet. He had spent the last 4 days in a world of fire, screams, and decay. This place. This was the opposite of all that. It wasn't just safe. It was civilization. It was hope, forged from concrete and steel. He looked at Kale, who was already walking towards a bank of monitors, discussing energy readings with Leo. This man hadn't just found a shelter. He had built a new world while the old one was burning. He hadn't just survived. He had prepared on a scale that was simply inhuman. All the awe Jack had felt before coalesced into a single, burning conviction. Loyalty wasn't a strong enough word. This was faith. In a world without gods, he had found one. "Boss," Jack said, his voice quiet but firm, drawing Kale's attention. He stood straighter, his posture shifting from that of a rescued survivor to a soldier reporting for duty. "What are my orders?" Kale turned from the bank of monitors, his face illuminated by the cool blue light of energy schematics. "Orders," he repeated, a flicker of something almost like amusement in his cold eyes. "Your orders, Jack, are to get stronger. Strong enough that you never have to be buried under a pile of concrete again." He gestured for Jack to follow, striding away from the command center and down a brightly lit corridor. Leo scrambled to keep up, tapping furiously on his tablet. "The mission is simple," Kale began, his voice echoing slightly in the massive, sterile space. "We're going back to the Eagle Rock Mall." Jack's brow furrowed. But why? We got through. This place, he waved a hand at the incredible fortress around them, this place has everything. Leo said we have enough food for 50 years. 50 years of what? Kale countered without breaking stride. Hiding? Eating MREs while the world outside is remade by things we don't understand? Complacency is the fastest way to die, Jack. Besides, our supplies are a finite number. What's in that mall is practically infinite for now. Food, medicine, tools, raw materials. It's a goddamn treasure chest waiting to be opened. He stopped in front of a heavy door marked Armory in stark black letters. It slid open with a hiss of hydraulics, revealing a room that made Jack's jaw drop for the second time in an hour. Racks upon racks of firearms. AR-15s, shotguns, sniper rifles, more guns than he'd seen in his entire life, all meticulously cleaned and arranged. Crates of ammunition were stacked to the ceiling. This isn't just a supply run, Kale continued, grabbing a black tactical vest and tossing one to Jack. This is your first real training session. The parking lot was just a warm-up against idiots. Inside that mall are the real threats, the corrupted, the wraiths. You need to learn how to fight them. You need to learn how we fight them. Kale efficiently loaded several magazines, his movements economical and precise. He selected a custom AR-15. Jack noticed the bullets in the magazine had a strange, faint sheen to them, different from standard military issue rounds. Meteorite alloy, Kale said, noticing his gaze. They conduct energy better. You'll see why. He handed Jack a tactical shotgun, its weight solid and reassuring. You're the shield. Your job is to draw their attention, to be the unbreakable wall they smash themselves against. My job is to be the hammer. He tapped the earpiece he wore. Leo, you're our eye in the sky. Get into the mall's security system. I want every camera feed you can access. Map the interior, track movement, and call out threats. Use the recon drone for areas with blind spots. Understood? Yes, boss. Leo's voice was a mix of nerves and excitement. Already in. Their system is a joke. I'm patching the feeds to your HUDs now. Drone, Eagle 1, is prepped for deployment from the Humvee. Within 10 minutes, they were back in the armored Humvee, driving out of the mountain fortress and back towards the ruined suburbs of Denver. This time, the mood was different. It wasn't the desperate tension of a rescue, it was the focused calm of a hunt. They parked the Humvee a block away from the mall, concealed behind a burned-out city bus. Kyle killed the engine, and the world outside became unnervingly quiet. He pointed towards the shattered glass facade of a department store entrance. We go in there, he commanded. Leo, deploy the drone. Give us a sweep. Drone away, Leo's voice crackled. Switching to thermal. I've got... Shit. Boss, I'm seeing multiple heat signatures inside. At least 20 of them, clustered in the main atrium. They're twitching, moving wrong, definitely corrupted. Good, Kale said. He looked at Jack. Ready to be the shield? Jack took a deep breath, the image of his shattered baseball bat assailant flashing in his mind. He gripped the shotgun, his knuckles white. Ready. They moved with practiced ease, Kale in the lead, Jack a half step behind him, a mountain of muscle covering his flank. They slipped through the broken glass doors, the soles of their boots crunching on debris. The inside of the mall was a disaster zone. The air was heavy with the smell of dust and something else, something cloyingly sweet and foul. Dim, hazy light filtered down from the massive skylights far above, illuminating floating dust motes and dark stains on the tile floor. Overturned kiosks, looted storefronts, and abandoned shopping carts created a chaotic obstacle course. Contact, 50 meters ahead, coming out of the sears. Leo's voice was sharp in their ears. 5. No, 6 of them. From the dark maw of the department store, 6 figures shambled into the atrium. They were human once. Now they were, Cale had called them, the corrupted. Their bodies were twisted, limbs elongated at unnatural angles. One had a second useless arm sprouting from its shoulder blade. Their skin was pale and waxy, and their eyes glowed with a faint, hungry light. They moved with a jerky, inhuman speed, their heads snapping towards the newcomers. "That's your cue, bulldozer," Cale said calmly. Jack didn't need to be told twice. A primal roar ripped from his throat, a challenge that was all man and all beast. He charged. "Tan the tep hoa." The metallic sheen flowed over his skin in an instant. He wasn't just a man anymore. He was a 2-meter-tall battering ram made of flesh and alloy. The corrupted, driven by pure predatory instinct, abandoned all sense and swarmed him. It was a beautiful, brutal sight. The first one leaped, its overgrown claws slashing at Jack's chest. The sound was a loud scree of metal on metal. The creature's claws were blunted, its knuckles shattering from the impact. Jack didn't even slow down. He swung the butt of his shotgun in a vicious arc, caving in the creature's skull with a sound like a melon being smashed. Another one tried to bite his arm. Its teeth broke against his bicep. Jack grabbed its head with one massive hand and simply squeezed. Crunch! He became a whirlwind of destruction, a living demolition ball. He punched, kicked, and slammed, his steel-hard body shrugging off every desperate attack. Blows that would have turned a normal man to pulp bounced off him harmlessly. And behind this chaotic dance of violence, Cale was the calm center of the storm. His HUD glowed, painting his vision with data from Leo. But more than that, his own system was active. On each of the flailing corrupted, he could see it, a single bright red point of light, the sole node his system identified. The weak point. He raised his AR-15. No frantic spray and pray, just calm, measured shots. The silenced rifle was barely audible over Jack's rampage. Each shot was a masterpiece of efficiency. A bullet struck one corrupted directly in its glowing soul node in the center of its chest. The creature froze mid-lunge, its body convulsing before it collapsed, a neat hole drilled through it. Another shot hit a creature on the side of its neck. It dropped instantly. Coyle moved like a surgeon, clinically dispatching the monsters that Jack was so effectively tying up. In less than 30 seconds, all 6 were down. Jack stood panting, not from exhaustion but from sheer adrenaline. The metallic sheen faded from his skin. "Holy shit," he breathed. That worked. "It's a system, Jack. And the system works," Cale said, already reloading. "Leo, status?" "That was awesome." Leo's voice was filled with a fanboy's awe. Area clear. But my sensors are picking up something else. Weird energy readings, no heat signature. They're coming from the second-floor food court. "Wraiths," Cale stated. "Let's go." As they ascended the stalled escalator, the feeling in the air changed. A low hum started, not in their ears, but inside their skulls. It was a dissonant, confusing buzz accompanied by faint, overlapping whispers that spoke of failure, fear, and despair. Jack grunted, pressing a hand to his temple. "What the hell is this? It's like nails on a chalkboard in my brain." The whispers grew louder, telling him he was weak, that he would fail again, that the concrete would crush him again. "That's their attack." Cale's voice cut through the mental static. "The whispering wraiths. They attack the mind. Ignore it." Easier said than done. As they reached the top floor, they saw them. Floating in the middle of the food court were 3 indistinct shapes. They looked like heat haze given form, dark smudges against the air, constantly shifting. They had no body, no face, just a presence of pure dread. The moment the wraiths saw them, the mental assault intensified into a psychic scream. Jack cried out, stumbling to one knee. The confidence he'd just gained was being eaten away by a tide of manufactured terror. Cale remained completely unfazed. My turn. He closed his eyes for a second. Willpower filtration system. Activate. Absolute stillness zone. The effect was instantaneous and absolute. The psychic screaming, the whispers, the pressure. It all just vanished. It wasn't blocked. It was annihilated. The air became perfectly, beautifully clear. There was a profound sense of peace that was almost as jarring as the attack it replaced. Jack gasped, the relief washing over him. It's gone. The 3 wraiths visibly recoiled. Deprived of their main weapon and the very cosmic noise they fed on, they seemed confused, their shadowy forms flickering erratically. They were powerless inside Kyle's bubble of psychic silence. They're immune to physical damage, Cale explained, raising his rifle, but not to pure energy. Pfft, pfft, pfft. He fired 3 shots. The special alloy bullets didn't just hit the wraiths, they passed through them. But as they did, the purified energy Cale had imbued them with discharged. 3 brilliant flashes of white light erupted where the wraiths had been. When the light faded, they were simply gone, leaving behind nothing but the clean, quiet air. Problem solved, Cale said, walking past the spot where the entities had been. He gestured to a massive warehouse-style supermarket that anchored one end of the mall. Now for the prize. They kicked open the doors. It was a paradise of pre-apocalypse plenty. Aisles stretched into the distance, packed with canned goods, dried pasta, bottled water, toiletries, batteries, tens of thousands of items, untouched. Jack let out a low whistle. Boss, it would take us a week to load all this into the Humvee. Cale smirked. It was the first time Jack had seen an expression on his face that wasn't cold neutrality. Who said anything about loading? He walked to the beginning of the first aisle. He stretched out his right hand, palm open. Then he began to walk. What happened next broke Jack's understanding of reality. As Cale's hand passed over the shelves, everything on them simply vanished. Cans of beans, boxes of cereal, bags of rice, they flickered out of existence in a wave that followed him. They didn't fall. They didn't fly into his hand. They were just gone. He walked down the aisle at a steady pace, and by the time he reached the other end, the 20-foot-high shelves on both sides were completely, utterly bare. What the fuck? Jack yelled, his voice echoing in the suddenly cavernous space. My sensors are bugging out. Leo's frantic voice shouted in their earpieces. I'm reading a localized mass displacement event with no corresponding energy signature. It's like you're deleting matter. Boss, what are you doing? Cleaning up, Kyle replied nonchalantly. He moved to the next aisle, and the next, and the next. He was a human vacuum cleaner, a black hole in tactical gear. He cleared the entire dry goods section, tons upon tons of food, in less than 5 minutes. Then he moved to the pharmacy section. Racks of painkillers, antibiotics, bandages, and vitamins disappeared into his eternal storage space. Tools from the hardware section followed. Pallets of bottled water, clothing, everything. Jack just stood there, his mouth hanging open, watching his boss perform a miracle of logistics that defied every law of physics. This man didn't just have a plan, he had cheated the game itself. When Kale was finally done, he walked back to the center of the now empty superstore. He held out his hand, and several dozen small, pulsating objects materialized from thin air and clattered to the floor. They were the corrupted cores left behind by the monsters they'd killed. They were ugly, veined with black lines, and gave off a feeling of wrongness. "This is the source of their power," Kale said, "and ours." He placed his hand over the pile. A faint golden light enveloped them. The black veins receded, and the ugly pulsating motion smoothed out. In seconds, the cores transformed into pure, white, gently glowing crystals of energy. The feeling of wrongness was replaced by a sense of potent vitality. He picked up a handful, about 10 of them, and tossed them to Jack. "Crush them and absorb the energy. Your body knows what to do." Hesitantly, Jack took one. It was warm to the touch. He tightened his fist. The crystal shattered, releasing a wave of warm, clean energy that flowed up his arm and into his very being. It wasn't a violent rush, but a deep, strengthening surge. He felt the connection to his steel form body ability solidify, becoming clearer and more powerful. He quickly crushed the rest. A series of messages, visible only to Kale, appeared in his vision. "Jack Bulldozer. Riley has absorbed pure energy. Ability attunement with Tan the Tep Hoa has increased. Progress to Tier 2, 35%. Jack felt the change immediately. A new layer of strength settled into his muscles. The power he had to consciously will into existence before now felt like it was just under the surface, ready to burst forth at a moment's notice. He looked at his hands, then at Kale, his eyes wide with a reverence that bordered on worship. He had been given a gift beyond comprehension, a taste of real power. Kale nodded, satisfied. He looked around at the expansive, now cleared section of the mall, then towards the deeper, darker sections that lay ahead, where more monsters and more treasures surely waited. "Good," Kale said, his voice holding a new edge of command. "That's the first floor. Now you're getting the hang of it. Let's go clear the rest." The air in the emptied-out supermarket was heavy with the silence of a tomb, but for Kale, it was the sound of progress. He glanced at the pile of purified energy crystals he'd kept for himself, absorbing them with a single thought. The warm energy flooded his system, a familiar and welcome sensation. Kale has absorbed pure energy. Progress to Tier 2, 12%. A decent haul for a simple cleanup job? Jack was still staring at his own hands, flexing his fingers as if feeling the new power thrumming in his veins for the first time. "Boss, I feel, I don't know, stronger. Like, really stronger." "Good. You are," Kale said, his tone flat. He turned his attention back to the rest of the sprawling mall. More stores, more floors, more of the same. More corrupted, more wraiths. It was a grind, and while necessary, it was inefficient. "We're done here for now," Kale announced abruptly, turning to leave the store. Jack blinked, snapping out of his power-induced trance. "Done? But you said..." "The rest of the mall?" "The low-hanging fruit has been picked," Kale replied, already walking back towards the escalator. "We have enough basic supplies to last a century. Repeating this process floor by floor is a waste of time. Our next objective requires a more surgical approach." "Surgical approach? New objective?" Leo's voice, brimming with nerdy enthusiasm, crackled in their earpieces. "Does that mean more awesome drone footage? Because I am so here for that. While you guys were, deleting matter, I ran a wideband scan of the surrounding district. I'm picking up something juicy, boss. Really juicy. A holographic map flickered to life on Kyle's HUD, a duplicate appearing on the tablet strapped to Jack's forearm. A building complex about 5 miles away was highlighted in glowing cyan. St. Jude's Genetic Research Hospital, Leo narrated. It's not just a hospital, it's practically a damn biotech campus. Privately funded, top of the line. Their server is still partially active on a backup generator, and from what I can hack, they have containment labs, a massive pharmaceutical cryo-storage unit, and enough advanced diagnostic equipment to build a space shuttle. If we want to figure out what this energy is, what the corrupted are, that place is the holy grail of research gear. Jack whistled. A high-tech hospital? Sounds like it'd be crawling with stuff. Worse than crawling, Leo confirmed. I'm reading a huge cluster of life signs. Dozens, maybe over 100. And a lot of panicked radio chatter on sealed frequencies before their main comms went down. It was a bloodbath. Cale's face remained a mask of indifference, but inside, a plan years in the making was clicking into place. St. Jude's. Of course. He didn't need Leo's scans to know about it. He knew exactly what and who was in that facility. Dr. Evelyn Reed. In his last life, she had been a beacon of hope, a brilliant mind who came closer than anyone to finding a cure for the thymic corruption, or at least a way to fight it on a biological level. But she had been too isolated, her resources too few. She was overrun and killed a month into the apocalypse. Her research lost forever, not this time. This time, she would be his. It's a high-risk, high-reward target, Cale said, his voice giving no hint of his foreknowledge. But Leo's right. Understanding the enemy is paramount. We need that lab, and we need the mind that runs it. Let's move. The drive to St. Jude's was tense. The devastation grew more profound the closer they got. This wasn't a commercial area. It was a sterile campus of glass and steel buildings, now scarred by violence. Cars were overturned, some clearly ripped apart by immense force. The pristine lawns were stained with wide swaths of blackish red. Cale parked the Humvee behind a concrete partition, the engine's rumble dying into an oppressive quiet. The main hospital building stood before them, a modern marvel of architecture that now looked like a mausoleum. Several of the large glass panels on its facade were shattered. The automated glass doors to the main entrance were smashed open, stuck in a permanent, jagged grin. Okay, I'm in their security network, Leo whispered over the comms from his safe perch in the Humvee. Jesus, the cameras in the lobby and ER are all dead, but the internal motion sensors are going crazy. It's a goddamn hornet's nest. But I'm picking up something else. A section on the 3rd floor. The Advanced Genetics Wing. It's on isolated power and the internal blast doors are sealed. There are life signs in there. 4 of them. Not moving like the corrupted. Survivors, Jack stated, gripping his shotgun. Exactly, Cale confirmed. That's our target. We're not clearing the whole hospital. We're punching a hole straight to the 3rd floor, extracting the assets, and getting out. Punching a hole sounds like my department, Jack grinned, a savage light in his eyes. Roger that, bulldozer, Cale said. Let's go make a house call. Inside the P4 containment lab of the Advanced Genetics Wing, Dr. Evelyn Reed checked the pressure gauge on her makeshift weapon for the 3rd time in as many minutes. Her knuckles were white where she gripped the converted fire extinguisher. Her pristine white lab coat was splattered with something dark. Her normally immaculate blonde hair was falling from its tight bun, and her sharp blue eyes, usually filled with cool analysis, were now alight with frantic, desperate energy. "Status?" she demanded, her voice clipped. A young nurse, barely out of her teens, peered at a security monitor. They're still hitting the door, Doctor. The barricade won't hold much longer. The metal is starting to buckle. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic, heavy impacts on the reinforced blast door echoed through the lab, each one a hammer blow against their fraying nerves. For 3 days, they had been trapped. 3 days of listening to the screams, of watching the security feeds as their colleagues were torn apart, of barricading themselves in the most secure part of the hospital. Evelyn had been the one to take charge. While others panicked, she had worked. Using the lab's chemical stores, she had synthesized a powerful parasitic acid compound, a sterilant that, when aerosolized, was also a viciously effective chemical weapon. It bought them time, driving the monsters back with bursts of searing agony, but it didn't kill them. It just made them angrier. "How much of the compound is left?" Evelyn asked another survivor, a lab tech cowering behind a centrifuge. "One. One more canister after this one, Doctor." Read. 2 canisters, against the dozens of things outside. Her logical mind did the math. They were going to die. A cold, hard fact. All her knowledge, all her research, all for nothing. To be torn apart by those things. Crack! A new sound. A horrid screech of tortured metal. A spider web of cracks appeared in the center of the blast door. A deformed, multi-jointed arm punched through, flailing blindly. The young nurse screamed. The lab tech sobbed. Evelyn raised her acid sprayer, her heart hammering against her ribs. This was it. The end. And then, from the hallway outside, came a new sound. It wasn't the guttural snarl of the corrupted. It was a human roar, a bellow of pure, unadulterated challenge. It was followed by a sound like a car crash, then another and another. The deformed arm was abruptly ripped from the hole in the door. The monstrous pounding stopped. It was replaced by wet crunches, the sickening snap of bones, and the loud scree of metal striking metal. The 3 women stared at the monitor, their terror momentarily forgotten and replaced by utter disbelief. A man, a giant built like a comic book hero, was wading through the horde of corrupted that had been besieging their door. He was a whirlwind of violence, his skin glowing with a metallic sheen. He wasn't using a gun. He was punching them, kicking them, caving in their skulls with a shotgun butt, and their claws and teeth were literally breaking against his body. Behind this avatar of brutality moved a second figure. He was leaner, dressed in black tactical gear, and moved with an eerie calm. He held a rifle, but he wasn't spraying wildly. He fired single quiet shots. Pfft, pfft. And with every shot, one of the monsters that the giant was holding at bay would simply drop, collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. No struggle, no final spasm. Just gone. In less than a minute, the hallway that had been a seething mass of monsters was now a quiet, corpse-strewn abattoir. The 2 men stood in the middle of the carnage, completely unharmed. The giant, Jack, kicked a twitching corpse aside. "Hallway's clear, boss." The man in black, Cale, walked directly to their damaged door. He didn't knock. "Doctor, Evelyn Reed," he said, his voice calm and clear, amplified slightly by his comms. It wasn't a question. "We're here to get you out. Open the door." Evelyn was frozen, her mind struggling to process what she had just witnessed. How did he know her name? Who were these people? They fought with an efficiency that was inhuman. "How? Who are you?" She managed to call out, her voice trembling slightly. "Someone who's offering you a choice," Cale replied patiently. "Stay in this box and wait for the next horde, or come with me and I'll give you a lab that makes this one look like a high school chemistry set." He glanced at the canister in her hands. Parasitic acid. Clever, but flawed. You're causing them pain, which triggers their regenerative abilities and draws more of their kind. You're fighting the symptoms, Doctor. I'm here to offer you the chance to cure the disease. That broke through her shock. This man wasn't just a brute soldier. He understood. He analyzed. His words hit the core of her scientific soul. With trembling hands, the young nurse disengaged the final magnetic locks. The blast door hissed open. Evelyn stood face to face with her rescuer. His eyes were cold, shockingly intelligent, and held a depth that seemed to see right through her. His gaze wasn't one of a soldier assessing a civilian, but of a CEO interviewing a candidate. "You have questions. I'll answer them on the way," Cale said, stepping past her into the lab. His eyes swept the room, taking in every detail. "Gather your data. Anything critical. We leave in 5 minutes." Evelyn's rational mind reasserted itself. "Leave? We can't just walk out of here. There are hundreds of them in this building. And my research. My equipment. It would take a military convoy weeks to move it all." Kyle looked at her, and for the first time, a ghost of a smile touched his lips. It was a cold, confident expression that made her shiver. "Don't worry about the convoy, Doctor," he said. "I brought my own." He gestured for Jack to stand guard at the door. "Leo, give me a scan of the hospital's pharmacy and equipment storage." "On it, boss." The main pharmacy is on the ground floor, and there's a massive cryo-storage facility in the sublevel. Oh, holy crap. They have 3 electron microscopes and a genome sequencer down there. "Good," Cale said. He turned back to a stunned Evelyn. "Your data, Doctor. Now the rest, I'll handle." Driven by a strange new sense of urgency and a powerful flicker of hope, Evelyn rushed to her main terminal, transferring petabytes of research data onto a series of hardened drives. As she worked, she watched Kyle. He wasn't barking orders or planning an ambush. He just stood there, waiting. When she was done, clutching the precious drives to her chest, she said, "Okay, I'm ready. But the supplies, the medicine, we can't just leave it." "We won't," Cale said. He raised his right hand. "Stay close." He walked out of the lab and into the main corridor of the genetics wing. He simply began to walk, and as he did, Evelyn witnessed the impossible. The complex million-dollar machines lining the walls, gene sequencers, mass spectrometers, bioprinters, flickered and vanished into thin air. He didn't touch them. He just passed by, and they were gone. Evelyn's jaw went slack. Her scientific, logical brain short-circuited. She stumbled after him, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and utter awe. This violated every known law of physics, conservation of mass, thermodynamics, all of it, meaningless. They reached the elevator. Kyle pressed the button for the ground floor. "Jack, you and the ladies take the stairs. Meet us in the pharmacy." As the elevator descended, silence hung between them. Evelyn finally found her voice. What are you?" she whispered. Cale looked at her, his expression unreadable. "I'm the new reality, Doctor. You can either spend your life trying to understand it with obsolete tools, or you can work for me and I'll give you a front row seat to the truth." The doors opened to the hospital's main pharmacy. It was a huge room, shelves packed floor to ceiling with every medicine imaginable. Cale stepped out and repeated the process. He walked down each aisle, and a wave of non-existence followed him. Antibiotics, painkillers, antivirals, surgical supplies, IV bags, tons of life-saving materials disappeared into whatever void he commanded. By the time Jack and the terrified nurses arrived, the massive pharmacy was an empty shell. The only things left were the shelves themselves. Evelyn stared at the empty room, then at the man standing calmly in the center of it. The drives in her hand suddenly felt insignificant. The most valuable asset in this entire hospital wasn't the equipment or the medicine. It was him. He wasn't just a survivor. He wasn't a soldier. He was a fundamental force, an event, a walking, talking violation of the universe as she knew it. A cold certainty settled in her heart. He hadn't just saved her life. He had just made it infinitely more interesting and infinitely more terrifying. "My lab," she said, her voice steady now. "You promised me a lab." Cale nodded. "The best in the world. Welcome to the team, Doctor. Read." The customized Humvee chewed up the cracked asphalt, its heavy-duty suspension smoothing out what would have been a bone-jarring ride in any lesser vehicle. Inside, the atmosphere was a strange cocktail of exhaustion, relief, and shell-shocked wonder. The two nurses Cale had rescued, Sarah and Chloe, were huddled together in the back, wrapped in emergency blankets, still too terrified to speak. Dr. Evelyn Reed sat stiffly in the passenger seat, her gaze alternating between the passing devastation outside and the man at the wheel. Cale. He drove with an unnerving economy of motion, his expression as placid as if he were on a Sunday drive. But Evelyn knew better. She had seen the impossible. She had watched him make millions of dollars of advanced medical equipment and an entire pharmacy's worth of supplies vanish into nothing. Her entire scientific worldview had been taken out back and shot. "Holographic schematics for the P4 containment lab are uploading now, boss." Leo's voice, buzzing with unrestrained glee, crackled through the comms system. "And I've cross-referenced Evelyn's data with our existing library. Holy crap! This is huge. Her research on thermic energy's effect on cellular mitosis it's revolutionary. We just skipped like 5 years of R&D. Evelyn flinched at the mention of her name. She felt less like a rescued survivor and more like a high-value asset that had just been acquired. "Tell me what she found, Leo," Cale said, his voice a low rumble that cut through Leo's caffeinated chatter. "Right. So get this. The energy, the whispers, doesn't just mutate the body. It rewrites cellular instructions on a quantum level. But Dr. Reed found a specific protein sequence that acts as a sort of firewall, a biological filter. Most people don't have it, or it's dormant. That's why they go crazy and turn into those things. But in theory, if we could synthesize that protein and introduce it to an awakened, you could stabilize their powers and prevent corruption without my help." Cale finished the thought, his eyes never leaving the road. "Exactly. It's the key. You're the cheat code, boss, but she just found the source code." Evelyn finally found her voice. "It's all theoretical. I lacked the equipment and stable energy samples to test it. It was a hypothesis on a hard drive, nothing more." "Not anymore, Doctor," Cale said, glancing at her for a fraction of a second. The look in his eyes was one of absolute certainty. "In my fortress, a hypothesis is just a blueprint for a fact. You'll have all the stable energy you could ever want." Jack, sitting behind Cale, let out a low chuckle. He'd been cleaning his shotgun, the rhythmic shk-shk of the pump action a strangely comforting sound. "Hear that, Doc? You just hit the jackpot. Welcome to the winning team." Evelyn didn't feel like a winner. She felt like she'd stumbled into a game where the rules were being written by the man next to her, and she was just a new piece on the board. "Boss, hold up." Leo's voice cut in again, his tone shifting from excited to cautious. "Got a visual from Drone 2. Something's happening up ahead. Roadside chapel, about 2 clicks out. Looks like a party. A really, really bad one. A video feed popped up on the Humvee's central display. The drone's eye view showed a small, white-steepled church. Huddled on the steps was a group of about 20 people, men, women, children, looking starved and terrified. Surrounding them was a loose circle of figures in filthy hooded robes. They weren't attacking. They were just standing there, watching. In the center of the circle stood a man who looked like a twisted caricature of a priest. He was rail-thin, his robes tattered, and he held a strange object aloft in one hand. It looked like a lump of jagged black rock, pulsing with a faint, sickly purple light, held within a rusty metal cage. "What are they doing?" Evelyn asked, leaning forward. "They're preaching?" Leo sounded confused. "No, wait. Look at the refugees. They're not listening. They're resisting." The drone zoomed in. The civilians on the steps were clutching their heads, their faces contorted in pain. Some were rocking back and forth, muttering to themselves. The robed figures were swaying, a low chant rising from their ranks, a sound that made the hair on Evelyn's arms stand up even over the audio feed. Cale's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. A flicker of cold fire, the first real emotion Evelyn had seen from him, sparked in his eyes. "The whispering congregation," he bit out. "Malachi's filth." "Who?" Jack asked, his good humor evaporating. He leaned forward, his massive frame filling the space between the front seats. "A death cult," Cale explained, his voice laced with contempt. "They believe the corruption is a divine gift, a holy baptism. They don't just kill people, they convert them. They use those artifacts to amplify the whispers, breaking people's minds until they either embrace the madness and join them, or their bodies give out and they turn into corrupted." On the screen, the lead cultist raised the artifact higher. A visible wave of distortion, like heat haze, pulsed outward from the rock. The refugees screamed, their resistance crumbling. One man fell to his knees, his eyes rolling back in his head as he began to chant along with the cultists. "Goddamn monsters," Jack growled, his hand tightening on his shotgun. "We have to help them," Evelyn exclaimed, her medical instincts overriding her fear. Cale didn't answer. He simply pressed his foot down on the accelerator. The Humvee's engine roared to life, and the vehicle shot forward like a missile. "Leo, jam their communications. No calls for backup," Cale commanded. "Jack, prepare to engage on my mark. Evelyn, you and the nurses stay in the vehicle. Do not get out. That is an order." The Humvee screeched to a halt 50 yards from the church, its armored form a stark, brutalist contrast to the quaint chapel. The sudden arrival of the military-grade vehicle startled everyone. The cultists turned, their chanting faltering. The lead priest squinted, his fanatical smile unwavering. "More lambs for the slaughter? Or have you come to hear the word of God?" He called out, his voice thin and reedy, but carrying an unnerving confidence. Cale stepped out of the Humvee, Jack following a second later, his 2-meter frame a truly intimidating sight. Cale didn't even bother to raise his rifle. He just stood there, a predator assessing his prey. The priest chuckled, a dry rattling sound. "You feel it, don't you? The voice of truth washing over this broken world? Your weapons are meaningless. Your strength is an illusion. Only by accepting his gift can you be saved. Kneel and be baptized in his glory." He thrust the artifact forward, pouring his will into it. This time, the psychic wave was a tsunami. Evelyn felt it even through the reinforced hull of the Humvee. It was a physical, pressure on her skull, a million hateful voices whispering directly into her brain, promising power, promising release, promising oblivion. The two nurses behind her cried out, pressing their hands to their ears. Through the windshield she saw Jack grunt, his metallic skin rippling as he braced himself against the mental assault. This was it. This was the power that had destroyed the world. It was irresistible. But Cale didn't move. He didn't even flinch. His expression remained one of bored impatience. As the wave of psychic madness was about to crash over him, he simply closed his eyes for a second. Activate. Absolute stillness zone. Maximum radius. And the world snapped into silence. It wasn't just quiet. It was a profound, fundamental cessation. The million whispering voices vanished, cut off mid-syllable. The crushing pressure on Evelyn's mind evaporated instantly, leaving an almost painful vacuum. The very air, which had seemed to vibrate with malicious energy, became utterly still and clear. The sickly purple light from the cultist's artifact flickered and died, though the rock itself still pulsed faintly, now looking like nothing more than a weirdly shaped, glowing paperweight. The effect on the congregation was immediate and devastating. The robed figures, who had been swaying in ecstatic union, stumbled as if their strings had been cut. Their eyes, once blazing with fanatical light, went wide with confusion. They looked at each other, then at their leader, their faces blank. The refugees on the steps stopped screaming, blinking as if waking from a nightmare. The lead priest stared at his artifact, his jaw hanging open. His smug, confident smile had frozen, then shattered into an expression of pure, unadulterated disbelief. He shook the artifact, as if trying to get it to work again. Nothing. The voice of his god was gone. Cale took a slow, deliberate step forward. The crunch of his combat boot on the gravel was thunderous in the sudden quiet. He looked directly at the stunned priest, his own voice calm, cold, and carrying with absolute clarity. "It seems your god hung up on you," Cale stated matter-of-factly. "Now you get to deal with me." That broke the spell. The priest shrieked, a sound of pure terror, and pointed a trembling finger. "Kill him!" For the glory of the voice. But his followers were no longer divinely inspired zealots. They were just men and women in dirty robes, their primary weapon and source of courage stripped away from them. They hesitated, their eyes darting between Cale and their now panicked leader. That hesitation was all Jack needed. With a roar that was entirely human and utterly savage, he charged. He wasn't a soldier. He was a natural disaster. He slammed into the first cultist, sending the man flying backward with a sickening crunch of bone. He grabbed another by the head and simply smashed him into the ground. A third tried to stab him with a rusty knife, and the blade screeched as it skittered uselessly off Jack's steel-hardened skin. Jack didn't even seem to notice, his backhand swat sending the man spinning through the air. While Jack was a sledgehammer, Cale was a scalpel. He finally raised his rifle. His HUD was already highlighting glowing red nodes on the remaining cultists, their spiritual weak points, their soul knots. Puffed. A cultist drawing a pistol dropped, a neat hole appearing between his eyes. He collapsed without a sound. Puffed. Another, turning to run, fell face first into the dirt. It wasn't a fight. It was an execution. Efficient, brutal, and over in less than 30 seconds. The last one standing was the priest, who was now scrabbling backward on his hands and knees, his robes tangled around his legs. The artifact had fallen from his grasp. Cale walked over and picked it up, weighing it in his hand. He then leveled his gaze at the terrified man. "Tell Malachi." Kale said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, that there are dead zones on his map now, places where his voice can't reach, and I'm going to make more of them. The priest's eyes went wide with dawning horror. He finally understood. This wasn't a fluke. This was an opposing force, a blasphemy. You are the heretic, the great silence, he stammered. Kale didn't bother to reply. Put. The priest fell silent for good. In the aftermath, the rescued civilians stared at their saviors, a mixture of awe and terror on their faces. Kale ignored them, turning back to the Humvee. Evelyn, he called out. 2 of them are in the early stages of corruption. You can see the skin discoloration. Can you stabilize them? Shaken from her stupor, Evelyn jumped out of the vehicle, grabbing a medical kit Kale had already materialized and placed on the hood. This was familiar territory. She quickly triaged the wounded and administered powerful sedatives to the 2 individuals showing signs of turning, their bodies racked with violent tremors. Meanwhile, Kale had Jack unload a crate of MREs and several cases of bottled water. He handed a map to a man who seemed to be the group's leader. There's a fortified warehouse about 30 miles west of here, Kale said, pointing to a location on the map. It's defensible. There's food and water here to last you the trip. Go now. The man stared at him, overwhelmed. Thank you. Won't you take us with you? To your base? We can work! Kale's expression remained unchanged. No. The single word was colder than any winter wind. Evelyn, finished with her work, overheard this and frowned. Kale, they won't survive long on their own. They're civilians. Kale turned to look at her, then at the rest of his small team. He wanted them to hear this. My fortress is a warship, not a lifeboat. Every person inside must serve a critical function. Every mouth to feed must be a hand that can build or a finger on a trigger. I am not building a refugee camp. I am building an army to win a war. Taking on untrained, unvetted civilians is a liability, not a strength. It's a drain on resources and a security risk. We save them, we give them a chance, but their survival is up to them. That is my policy. Understand? Jack nodded grimly. Leo, over the comms, just said, Logic checks out, boss. Evelyn, however, looked conflicted. The doctor in her wanted to save everyone, but the scientist who had just witnessed the impossible couldn't argue with the brutal, cold logic of his statement. This new world had new rules. With a final look at the grateful but now fearful civilians, the team climbed back into the Humvee. As they drove away, Kale tossed the cultist's artifact into Evelyn's lap. Leo, you and Evelyn, I want a full analysis of this thing, he commanded. Tear it down to its core principles. I want to know how they amplify the whispers, how it's powered, and if we can reverse engineer it to do the opposite. Evelyn picked up the strange, dark rock. It felt cold to the touch, and a faint, almost imperceptible vibration ran through it. Her scientific curiosity, a raging fire that had been dampened by fear, roared back to life. She looked up at Kyle, at the man who commanded a private dimension, who could nullify the power of eldritch gods, who operated with the ruthless precision of a force of nature. She was beginning to understand. He hadn't just offered her a lab. He'd offered her a front-row seat to the unveiling of the universe's most terrifying secrets and a chance to weaponize them. The thought was equal parts horrifying and exhilarating. The massive 5-meter-thick alloy door of the unfallen fortress hissed shut behind the Humvee, the sound a definitive full stop to the horrors of the outside world. A series of decontamination jets sprayed the vehicle with a cleansing foam before retracting back into the walls. The air inside wasn't just filtered. It was crisp, clean, and carried the faint, metallic scent of progress. The fortress wasn't a shelter huddling in fear. It was a living, breathing engine of war preparation. As the team disembarked, the sheer scale of their sanctuary hit Evelyn Reed with fresh force. Automated drones zipped silently overhead on magnetic rails, transporting materials. In the distance, the low hum of the geothermal reactor was a constant, reassuring heartbeat. Leo, already back at his command console, had his face projected onto a nearby wall, his grin stretching from ear to ear. "Welcome back, team," Decon complete. "Medical supplies have been cataloged, sorted, and stored by the automated arm. Dr. Reed, your P4 lab is prepped and waiting, and you are going to love this." Leo gestured with his virtual head towards the main lab area. On a reinforced containment table, suspended in a crackling energy field, floated the black, jagged rock Kale had taken from the cultist leader. Wires and sensors, guided by micro-drones, were already attached to its surface, feeding a torrent of data to Leo's monitors. "This thing is a goddamn psychic amplifier," Leo blurted out, unable to contain his excitement. "It doesn't generate the whispers. It just sucks in the ambient energy like a sponge and then rebroadcasts it on a specific, mind-breaking frequency. It's powered by the user's own will. The more fanatical the bastard holding it, the stronger the signal. It's crude, but holy hell, it's effective." Evelyn walked over, her apprehension battling with her insatiable scientific curiosity. The rock, stripped of its malevolent aura by Kyle's ability, now seemed almost pathetic. "So if we can understand the frequency, we could theoretically create a counter-frequency, a jamming signal." "Jamming is for amateurs, Doc," Kale's voice cut in. He walked past them, his gaze fixed on the artifact with a cold, calculating light. "We're going to build a filter, something that can cleanse an entire area. But first things first." He turned to face them all. Jack was checking on the two rescued nurses, who were now being led away by a medical drone to a designated recovery room. Evelyn and Leo stood at attention. "The threats are evolving. So are we. Today, we level up." He led them away from the labs and into a vast, cavernous chamber with a high ceiling and obsidian-black, non-reflective walls. This was the primary training deck, designed for everything from live fire exercises to ability testing. In the center of the room, he motioned for them to stand back. With a simple thought, Kale accessed his eternal storage space. A wave of spatial distortion rippled, and a pile of objects clattered onto the floor. They were the corrupted cores, fist-sized lumpy masses of crystallized energy harvested from the bodies of powerful corrupted they had killed on previous missions. They pulsed with a foul, dark light and emitted a low, discordant hum that made one's teeth ache. Each one was a concentrated dose of madness. 57 corrupted cores, Kale announced. Raw, unstable, and poisonous to anyone but me. Leo whistled. That's enough raw psychic energy to turn downtown Denver into a mosh pit of nightmares. Exactly, Kale said. He placed a hand over the pile, which is why we're going to clean it up. Activate willpower filtration system. Target all corrupted cores. Begin purification. The effect was instantaneous and spectacular. A column of pure white light, visible only to those with awakened senses, descended from an unseen point above Kale's hand, engulfing the pile of dark cores. There was no sound, but the visual was overwhelming. The foul, dark energy within the cores screamed silently as it was ripped away, atomized, and utterly annihilated by Kale's unique system. The discordant hum vanished, replaced by a gentle, harmonious chime. The black, ugly lumps began to change. The corruption was boiled away like impurities from molten gold. They shrank slightly, their rough surfaces smoothing over, their dark color fading. Less than a minute, the process was complete. Where a pile of grotesque psychic tumors had once lain, there was now a collection of 57 glittering, translucent gems. Each one glowed with a soft, pure inner light, swirling with untapped potential. They looked like diamonds filled with captured starlight. Holy fucking shit, Jack breathed out. He had seen Coyle do this before, but never on this scale. The sheer casual display of power was staggering. Evelyn bent down, her scientist's mind reeling. The toxic energy signature is gone, completely. This is pure bioreceptive energy. It's stable. It's a perfect power source. Kale, do you have any idea what you've just done? This could revolutionize everything we know about thaumic energy. I know it's fuel, Kyle said simply, cutting through her scientific rapture. He picked up 2 handfuls of the purified gems. And you're all running on empty. He walked to Jack first. Bulldozer, your steel body is strong, but it's passive. It's just a wall. Time to turn that wall into a weapon. You're getting 20. He dumped a small mountain of glowing gems into Jack's massive hands. The ex-firefighter looked down at the treasure trove, then back at Kale, his expression one of pure, unadulterated devotion. Boss, Just absorb it, Kale ordered. Focus on your skin, your bones, your muscles. Don't just block. Become. Jack nodded, his face hardening with concentration. He sat cross-legged on the floor, cradling the gems. He closed his eyes and focused his will. The gems in his hands began to glow brighter, the light flowing up his arms like a liquid river of electricity. His body started to tremble. A low grunt escaped his lips. The veins on his arms and neck bulged, but they weren't bulging with blood. They were pulsing with white light. Then his skin began to change. The dull, matte gray of his steel body ability began to shimmer. A metallic luster spread from his chest outwards, like chrome being poured over stone. The color deepened, shifting from gray to a dark gunmetal sheen, polished to a mirror finish. Intricate web-like patterns of brighter silver traced their way across the surface, looking less like a mutation and more like high-tech, organic armor. Grah! Jack roared, the sound echoing through the training hall. He slammed a fist on the floor, not in anger, but in a pure, explosive release of power. The reinforced floor, designed to withstand small explosions, cracked and buckled under the impact. He stood up, his 2-meter frame now looking even more imposing. He was no longer just a man with hard skin. He looked like a statue forged from some alien metal. He clenched his fist, and the sound was like 2 gears grinding together. Jack Bulldozer. Riley has reached level 2, transformed, ability evolved, steel body, adamantine form, new skill unlocked, kinetic plating. I can feel it, Jack rumbled, his voice deeper. He looked at his gleaming hands in disbelief. It's not just a shell anymore. It's part of me. I can move it, shape it. As if to prove his point, the metal on his right forearm flowed and thickened, forming a solid, heavy-looking buckler shield. A second later, it melted back into his arm. Holy shit, boss, he yelled, a massive grin splitting his face. This is insane. Kale gave a curt nod of approval before turning to Evelyn. She looked nervous but resolute. Doctor, Kale said, holding out a smaller but still significant handful of 15 gems. Your ability, living cell regeneration, is precise but limited to touch. The world is too big to save one person at a time. It's time to broadcast. Evelyn took the gems, their warmth and pure energy a stark contrast to the cultist's artifact. What do I do? Don't think about healing a wound. Think about life itself. Feel the energy. Let it overflow. Create a field, an aura of vitality. Push it out. She closed her eyes, clutching the gems to her chest. Unlike Jack's explosive transformation, hers was quiet and subtle. A soft emerald green light began to emanate from her body. It was warm and inviting. The air around her seemed to grow richer, cleaner. A nearby potted plant, which had been slightly wilted, straightened up, its leaves turning a vibrant, healthy green. The gems in her hands dissolved into pure light, absorbed completely into her system. When she opened her eyes, her sharp blue irises seemed to have tiny flecks of green light dancing within them. Dr. Evelyn Reed has reached level 2, transformed. Ability evolved, living cell regeneration, vitality field, new skill unlocked, soothing aura. I can feel everything, she whispered, looking at her hands. The cellular activity in my own body, in yours. Jack's metabolic rate is through the roof. Leo's synapses are firing at an incredible speed. I can feel the faint signs of stress and fatigue in the nurses 2 floors above us. She looked at Kale, and your life force is like a sun. It's bottomless. Leo's voice piped in over the comms, filled with awe. Doc, I'm reading a low-level energy field extending about 5 meters around you. It's actively promoting cellular health and calming neural activity. You're literally a walking, talking, healing fountain. This is a game changer for field operations. Evelyn took a deep, shaky breath, the sheer potential of her new power sinking in. She could keep the team topped off, fight off exhaustion, and stabilize the wounded without even touching them. She looked at Kale, a new level of respect in her eyes. Thank you. Don't thank me. Use it, Kale replied. He then scooped up the remaining 22 gems for himself. He didn't even sit down. He just closed his fist around them, and in a silent, violent flash of light, they vanished into his body. There was no dramatic transformation, no shimmering skin or glowing aura. He just seemed more solid, more present. The air around him grew heavier, as if reality itself was bending slightly to his will. He was already at the peak of level 1. This energy served to build a foundation so solid it could support a skyscraper. Kale has reinforced his foundation. Energy reserves increased by 300%. System analysis speed increased. He cracked his neck, feeling the surge of pure power. Good. Now, the real work begins. He looked at his newly empowered teammates. Jack, your adamantine form is reactive. You can form shields, blades, spikes. Practice. Make it as natural as breathing. Try manifesting a full-body armor plate to absorb a point-blank shotgun blast. Leo will run the sims for you. Jack's eyes lit up. Hell yeah, boss. Evelyn, Kale continued, his tone sharp. Your vitality field is a blunt instrument. Learn to focus it. You should be able to concentrate the entire field's healing power onto a single person for emergency trauma care. You can also reverse the polarity on a micro scale. Instead of promoting life, you could theoretically target and kill a virus or a cancer cell. Start experimenting. I am your first test subject. Find anything wrong with me. Evelyn's professional demeanor took over. She focused, her green-flecked eyes scanning Kyle. She frowned. I can't. Your cellular structure is perfect. It's like every cell is operating at 100% efficiency. There's no decay, no flaws. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible here, Doctor, Kale said, the corner of his mouth twitching in what might have been a smile. Now you have a baseline for perfection. Replicate it. He then turned his attention to the command center's display. Leo, you and Evelyn have your projects. Crack that cultist artifact. I don't just want to jam their signal. I want to hijack it. Imagine broadcasting my absolute stillness through their own network. We can turn their greatest weapon into a tool that pacifies entire cities. Leo let out a sound that was half gasp, half maniacal laugh. Oh, that is just evil, boss. I love it. I'm on it. And Evelyn, Cale finished, his gaze intense. The pure energy from those gems. You now have a stable, baseline sample of uncorrupted thermic energy. Your theory about the protein sequence, the biological firewall. You have the perfect catalyst. Start developing a temporary inoculant, a vaccine. Something we can give to our people to grant them temporary resistance to the whispers. Evelyn's mind exploded with possibilities. A cure. A real, quantifiable way to fight back against the madness. It was the reason she had become a doctor in the first place. As the team scattered, each member buzzing with a newfound sense of power and purpose, Cale stood alone in the center of the training hall. Jack was already in a simulation booth, roaring as he learned to shape his new armor. Evelyn and Leo were back in the lab, their voices a rapid-fire exchange of theories and equations. The unfallen fortress was more than just a place to hide. It was an incubator. And under his guidance, the fledglings he'd gathered were rapidly growing claws and sharpening their teeth. The war for the world had begun the day the sky broke, but the counterattack started today. The rain fell in hard, straight lines, hammering against the corrugated steel roofs of the abandoned industrial park. It was a cold, cleansing deluge that washed the blood and filth of the New World into overflowing storm drains, turning the asphalt alleyways into shallow black rivers. For most survivors, this weather was misery. For Kyle's team, it was excellent cover. The customized Humvee, its paint job a matte, non-reflective gray, was parked deep within the skeletal remains of a logistics warehouse. Its armored hull was streaked with rain, the only sound the rhythmic thump-thump-thump of its massive wipers clearing the ballistic glass. Inside, Evelyn Reed watched a bank of monitors displaying the team's vitals. Jack's heart rate was a steady, powerful drumbeat. Her own was calm. The vitality field she now passively emitted was a constant comfort, a small bubble of life in a dead world. Vitals are stable across the board, she reported into her headset. Jack, your core temperature is perfectly regulated. That adamantine form is more than just armor. It's practically a self-contained environment. Damn right it is. Jack's voice rumbled back over the comms, the sound laced with pride. Barely feel the cold. Ready to punch a hole through anything that moves, boss. Outside, Jack Bulldozer Riley was a 2-meter-tall god of war cast in gunmetal. Rain slicked off his adamantine form, his skin gleaming with a polished metallic sheen. He held an AR-15 in his massive hands, but it looked almost like a toy. He was scouting the entrance to their target, a specialized fabrication plant rumored to hold a stockpile of titanium and neodymium, crucial for the fortress's next phase of upgrades. Leo, what are the eyes telling you? Cale asked, his voice a calm center in the storm. He stood beside Jack, unbothered by the downpour, his black tactical gear shedding water effortlessly. Back in the Phao Jai Bat Lak, Leo Chen leaned so close to his main monitor that his breath fogged the screen. He wiped it away impatiently. Got 3 micro-drones doing a sweep of the perimeter. Thermal shows nothing but rats and cold metal. No corrupted, no whispering wraiths. It's Quiet. Too quiet. I don't like it. Keep scanning, Cale ordered. We move in 2. Jack gave a sharp nod, his metallic form making no sound as he shifted his weight. They were a well-oiled machine. Cale gave the signal, and they moved, flowing from the cover of the warehouse into the labyrinth of shipping containers and derelict machinery. The rain was their ally, masking the sound of their footsteps. They were halfway to the fab plant's main door when Leo's voice crackled in their ears, sharp with alarm. Contact! Proximity! Alert Sector 3, you're 9 o'clock! Something just tripped a laser sensor. Jack whipped around, leveling his rifle at the shadows between 2 towering stacks of rust-red shipping containers. I see nothing, he growled. That's because it's already gone, Leo shouted, his fingers flying across his keyboard. It crossed a 10-meter gap in, holy shit, 0.4 seconds. That's not a corrupted. That's too fast, too controlled. Drone feed now, Cale commanded, his eyes scanning the darkness, his hand never straying from the customized pistol at his hip. Trying, boss, but this thing is a ghost. Leo's frustration was audible. On the Humvee's monitors, Evelyn watched the drone footage. It was a chaotic mess of static as the drone frantically tried to track the entity. A blur of motion, a flicker of shadow, then nothing. It's like it knows where the drones are looking before they even move. It's staying in their blind spots. This is pro-level evasion, military grade, or something else. Jack let out a low growl. Let it come. I'll take it. Negative, Kyle said, his voice dropping slightly. He wasn't looking at the shadows anymore. He was looking inward, accessing the library of his past life. The speed, the impossible stealth, the use of environmental blind spots, the way it toyed with their state-of-the-art surveillance. A cold dread, a memory he hadn't revisited in a long time, clicked into place. There was only one person he knew who could move like that. It's not hunting us, Cale said softly. It's observing, gauging our strength. What is it, boss? Evelyn asked over the comms, sensing the shift in his tone. Cale ignored her for a moment. He could almost feel it now, a razor-sharp spike of awareness in the psychic chaos of the world. A consciousness honed to a lethal edge by paranoia and instinct. But underneath that edge, he could also feel the pain. A constant, high-frequency scream. The price of her power. Her hypersensitive senses didn't just pick up light and sound. They picked up the whispers with horrifying clarity. For her, the world wasn't just screaming. It was screaming directly into her soul, 24/7. It's Maya Kai, Cale said, the name tasting like ash and legend in his mouth. Leo went silent for a second. Maya Kai. The shadow of the Rockies? That's a goddamn ghost story, boss. A campfire tale survivors tell about an assassin who can walk through walls and kill you with a whisper. Her legend is an understatement, Cale replied grimly. And she's real. In my past life, she was the single most effective lone survivor on the continent. Untouchable, unkillable, and completely insane from the constant psychic assault. A flicker of movement in the corner of his eye, a shadow detaching itself from another shadow on a rooftop 60 meters away. Impossible for a normal human to see. But Cale wasn't normal. She's curious, Cale murmured. She's never seen a group this organized, this equipped. We're an anomaly. So, what's the plan? Jack rumbled, his knuckles white on his rifle. Do I flush her out? No. Cale's command was absolute. It cut through the tension like a knife. Everyone, stand down. Weapons on safe. Jack, lower your rifle. Now. The sheer unexpectedness of the order was a shock. Boss? She's a goddamn assassin. And I'm not going to fight her, Kale stated. Do it, Jack. For a tense second, Jack hesitated, his loyalty warring with his protective instincts. But one look at Kale's unyielding profile was enough. With a grunt of frustration, he lowered his weapon and engaged the safety with a loud click. Evelyn, stay in the vehicle. Leo, pull the drones back 100 meters, Kale commanded. Do not engage. Do not make any sudden moves. I'm going to handle this. Without another word, Kale unholstered his own pistol, ejected the magazine, cleared the chamber, and placed the inert weapon back in its holster. He was deliberately making himself vulnerable. He turned away from his team and began walking toward the darkest part of the industrial maze, into the oppressive gloom between two huge, derelict fuel silos where he felt her presence strongest. The rain was heavier here, cascading off the curved silo walls in a solid sheet. It was a pocket of absolute blackness. He stopped. He could feel her, perched somewhere in the steel framework above, a coiled viper ready to strike. He could feel her suspicion, her distrust, and underneath it all that terrible, unending pain. He closed his eyes. He didn't need to see her. He just needed to reach her. Activate willpower filtration system. Focus. Absolute stillness. Project a 30-meter null field. It wasn't an explosion of power. It was the opposite. It was a void. A sudden, perfect cancellation of psychic noise. The omnipresent, sanity-shredding whispers that were the background radiation of this new world just stopped. For KL, the effect was minor, a subtle quieting of an already managed annoyance. But for Maya Kai, it was like a man who had been deafened by a continuous explosion his entire life suddenly hearing silence for the first time. High above in the rain-slicked girders, her body went rigid. The agonizing, clawing pressure in her skull, the chorus of insane voices that had been her constant companion since the sky broke. It vanished. Not faded, vanished. Instantly. The silence was so total, so profound. It was a physical blow. A choked gasp escaped her lips, a sound she hadn't made in years. Her grip on the custom-forged combat knife in her hand slackened. The world, for the first time, was not screaming at her. Drawn by this impossible miracle, she dropped from her perch. She didn't make a sound, landing on the wet asphalt in a low crouch like a panther. The darkness clung to her, her step-into-shadow ability making her little more than a distortion in the rain. She rose slowly, revealing herself. The story Bible's description was an understatement. She was a creature of the ruins, lean and corded with muscle, wrapped in patched-together leather and tactical gear scavenged from a dozen dead soldiers. Her long black hair was a tangled, wet mess, but it was her eyes that held you. They were the color of amber, wide and luminous, and right now they were filled with a raw, desperate confusion. She stared at Kyle, her head tilted, like an animal encountering a phenomenon that broke all the rules of its existence. Kale didn't move. He didn't speak. Words were a trap. Promises were lies. He had learned that much in 2 lifetimes. He simply met her gaze, his own expression calm, offering nothing but the silent sanctuary he had created. He slowly reached into a pouch on his tactical vest. Maya's entire body tensed, her hand flying back to her knife. He ignored it. His movements were slow, deliberate. He pulled out a thick, vacuum-sealed strip of premium beef jerky and a small, sturdy bottle of purified water, luxuries from a dead world, taken from his eternal storage. He didn't make a grand gesture. He just tossed them underhand. They landed with a soft splash on the ground halfway between them. An offering. Not a bargain. An offering. Maya stared at the items, then back at Kale. Her mind, free from the psychic storm, was working with a terrifying clarity. This man, he wasn't afraid. He led a team that radiated power: the metal giant, the life-giving woman in the truck, the unseen eyes in the sky. Yet he had ordered them to stand down. He had walked into her killing ground, disarmed himself, and then he had silenced the screaming. He had given her a gift more precious than any weapon or shelter. He had given her peace, and now he was offering her food. Real food. Not canned dog food or stale crackers pried from a corpse's backpack. Slowly, cautiously, she crept forward. Her movements were fluid, a dance of pure survival instinct. She snatched the jerky and water from the ground and retreated back into the edge of the darkness, her eyes never leaving him. She tore the package open with her teeth, a faint tremor in her hands. She took a bite. The flavor, salty, smoky, real, exploded on her tongue. It was another shock, another piece of a forgotten world. She devoured the entire strip in seconds, her wild eyes softening for just an instant. Then she uncapped the water and drank. The clean, pure liquid, a balm to a throat raw from dehydration. Kale gave a single, slow nod. He had made his move. The rest was up to her. He turned his back on her, the ultimate act of trust in this world, and walked back towards the Humvee, the absolute stillness field moving with him. "Boss, what the hell was that?" Jack demanded the moment Kyle was close, his voice a harsh whisper. "You just turned your back on her." "I gave her a choice," Kale said, swinging himself into the passenger seat. "Drive." The Humvee's engine rumbled to life. As it pulled away from the looming silos and back toward the main road, Evelyn looked at Kale, her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. He hadn't fought. He hadn't threatened. He had diagnosed the true problem, the pain, not the person, and delivered a cure. It was a medical diagnosis and treatment on a psychic level. Jack was driving, his knuckles still white, but he kept glancing in the side view mirror. After a minute of driving through the rain-swept ruins, he spoke, his voice filled with astonishment. "Holy shit, boss." "What is it, Jack?" Kale asked, already knowing the answer. "She's following us, keeping to the shadows, about 50 meters back, but she's following." A small, almost imperceptible smile touched Kale's lips. The shadow of the Rockies, the deadliest ghost of the apocalypse, had been tamed, not with chains or bullets, but with a moment of silence and a piece of beef jerky. The pack had a new member. The air in the makeshift command center smelled of stale coffee, sweat, and ozone from the humming electronics. Tents and prefab military shelters had been erected inside a cavernous, commandeered Home Depot, its bright orange branding a bitter joke in the gray ruin of civilization. Men in mismatched but clean combat fatigues moved with a purpose that was rare these days. A crisp discipline hammered into them by the man standing before a massive, wall-mounted tactical map of Colorado. Colonel Marcus Thorne was a block of granite carved into the shape of a man. His jaw was square, his gaze was ice, and his uniform was immaculate despite the world ending. He ran a hand over his salt and pepper buzz cut, his eyes tracing a red line moving inexorably towards his position. "Status report, Captain," he said, his voice low and hard, cutting through the low hum of the base. A younger officer, his face smudged with dirt but his eyes sharp, snapped to attention. "Sir, the horde from the east is still 3 days out, moving at a steady pace. Our whisperer problem in the south has been contained. Father Malachi's freaks are still trying to convert anything that moves, but they're disorganized." "They're a cancer," Thorne grunted, turning away from the map. "And you cut out cancer." What about local assets? I'm tired of eating canned beans and fighting over scraps. The captain hesitated, then tapped a tablet in his hand. Sir, there's an anomaly. Scout teams have reported it multiple times, but the data was so strange we initially dismissed it. Deep in the Rockies, about 5 hours from here. He brought up a satellite image on the main screen. It was grainy, but it showed a section of a mountain that seemed off. No heat signature, no electronic emissions, nothing. It's a complete dead zone on all our sensors. But drone flybys at maximum altitude show signs of construction, extremely advanced construction, and definite activity. Thorne leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Civilian? We believe so, sir, but civilian doesn't cover it. The reports from long-range observation are insane. Armored vehicles moving in and out like they own the place. We sent a drone in close yesterday. It was high-altitude, state-of-the-art stealth. It was fried out of the sky by a directed energy burst before it got within 5 kilometers. No launch, no warning. Just zap. A flicker of something that wasn't quite greed, but a ravenous, strategic hunger entered Thorne's eyes. A prepper. A billionaire prepper who got lucky. He's sitting on a gold mine, Captain. Power, water, food, technology, resources that belong to the future of this nation. Resources that belong to us. What are your orders, sir? I want to look inside that box, Thorne said, a cruel smirk touching his lips. Get me Lieutenant Evans. He and his team are going to go knock on the door. Tell them to be polite at first. We're the United States Army, here to requisition vital assets for the national emergency. If they don't answer, tell Evans to use the key we gave him. The captain nodded, a grim understanding on his face. The key was Evans himself. And awakened, with the power to vibrate his molecules at high frequency, allowing him to phase through solid matter. No door could keep him out. It will be done, sir, the captain said, turning to leave. One more thing, Captain, Thorne called out. I want that fortress. I don't care what's inside or who's inside. We take it. That is an order. The main gate of the unfallen fortress hissed open, a 5-meter-thick slab of alloy sliding silently into the mountain. The customized Humvee rolled into the massive, brightly lit hangar bay, its engine shutting down with a soft rumble. The contrast between the storm-lashed, dead world outside and the pristine, climate-controlled interior was staggering. Jack Bulldozer Riley jumped out, his adamantine form receding back into flesh, a cloud of steam rising from his skin as the cold metal normalized. Hot damn! It's good to be home, he boomed, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. Evelyn Reed was already out, her medical scanner in hand, a frown on her face. Kale, I need a full diagnostic on our new guest. Maya Kai slipped out of the vehicle like smoke. She didn't walk. She flowed. The second her feet touched the polished concrete floor, she froze. Her entire body went rigid. Her amber eyes, wide and wild, darted everywhere. The perfect lighting, the clean air, the sheer overwhelming safety of the place was an assault on senses honed by years of living in filth and shadow. The absence of threat was, in itself, a threat. She was a wolf in a gilded cage, and she looked ready to claw her way out. Kale stepped in front of her, his presence a calming anchor. He didn't speak. He just extended his absolute stillness field, the psychic null zone that had drawn her here in the first place. The soft bubble of peace enveloped her, and the tension in her shoulders eased by a fraction. Give her space, Kale commanded softly. Leo, run a passive scan. No invasive probes, just monitor her biosigns. Evelyn, prepare a nutrient-rich IV. She's severely malnourished. Jack, get the supplies unloaded. The team moved with practiced efficiency. Maya watched them, her head tilted. She saw the giant man lift a 1,000-pound crate of ammunition as if it were a bag of groceries. She saw the blonde woman operate a medical console with terrifying speed. She heard the disembodied voice of the tech expert, Leo, through the hangar's intercoms. "Boss, her vitals are all over the place," Leo's voice crackled. "Heart rate is through the roof, adrenaline levels are critical, but there's no cortisol. The stress hormone is practically zero. It's like her body is screaming, fight or flight, but her mind is at peace. That null field of yours is doing some crazy shit." Maya's eyes locked onto Kyle. He was the source of the quiet, the source of the food. He was a walking miracle. Her survival instincts, which had screamed at her to kill or flee from everyone she'd met for years, were silent. They were just watching, waiting. She flinched as Evelyn approached slowly, holding up a transparent IV bag. "This will help," Evelyn said, her voice calm and professional. "It will make you feel stronger." Maya stared at the needle, and a low growl rumbled in her chest. Kyle stepped forward and took the IV bag from Evelyn. He didn't try to get closer. He simply set it down on a clean workbench, along with another strip of beef jerky and a bottle of water. He met Maya's gaze. The choice, once again, was hers. Before anyone could react further, a calm, synthetic female voice filled the hangar. "Alert! Unidentified ground signatures detected approaching perimeter zone Delta 7. Designation: unknown. Threat level: to be determined." Jack immediately straightened up. "Visitors?" "Out here!" Leo's voice cut in, sharp and urgent. "I'm on it. Picking up encrypted radio chatter. Military grade. Hold on. Running decryption algorithms. Holy hell, it's the new American Brigade. The Army remnant assholes under Colonel Thorne." Cale's face remained impassive, but a cold light entered his eyes. He remembered Thorne from his past life. A ruthless tyrant who saw survivors as either assets to be exploited or liabilities to be eliminated. "What are they saying, Leo?" Cale asked, walking towards the command center elevator. "They're a 5-man recon team. They're calling us a Rouge civilian element in a high-value prepper compound." Leo spit out the words with contempt. "Their orders are to, holy shit, request our surrender and the requisition of all assets. If we refuse, their leader, a Lieutenant Evans, is authorized to infiltrate and neutralize command structure." "How cute," Jack snorted, cracking his massive knuckles. "Want me to go out there and neutralize their command structure? I can turn that lieutenant into a pancake." "No," Cale said as the elevator doors slid open. "They want to play soldier. Let's give them a proper welcome." Maya, who had been watching the entire exchange, suddenly blurred. Her step into shadow ability activated, and she melted into the corner of the hangar, becoming just a deeper patch of darkness. From that vantage point she spoke, her voice a rough whisper, unused to conversation. "One of them is different. He shines. Not like you," she glanced at Kyle, "but hot, unstable." Leo's voice confirmed it a second later. "She's right. I'm picking up a massive energy spike from one of them. He's an awakened. My systems are flagging his energy signature as high-frequency kinetic." "An infiltrator," Cale murmured, a small cold smile playing on his lips. "Thorne's not stupid, but he is arrogant." He stepped into the elevator. "Jack, Evelyn, Maya, stay here. Leo, you're with me. Patch their comms through to the main screen. I want to hear every word." Lieutenant Evans crept forward, his M4 carbine held at the ready. His 4 men, all former Rangers, moved with him in a perfect diamond formation. They were ghosts, professionals. 100 meters ahead, the mountain face was a sheer, unbroken wall of granite. Nothing. "Command, this is Recon 1, Evans whispered into his throat mic. "We are at the target coordinates. I see nothing. Repeat, nothing. The intel about a structure is looking like bullshit." The reply from his captain was immediate. "Intel is confirmed, Lieutenant. Your man has the key. Use it." Evans smirked. He gestured to the awakened on his team, a corporal named Diaz. "Diaz, you're up. Find us a door." Diaz grinned, his eyes glowing with a faint energy. "Yes, sir." He closed his eyes, focusing. His body began to shimmer, vibrating faintly. "Getting something. There's a massive structure inside this mountain. Unbelievable. The main entrance is... holy fuck. It's a solid block of metal 15 feet thick, but I see power conduits, life support. It's a goddamn arcology." "Can you get through the main door?" Evans asked. "Negative, sir. Too dense. The vibrations would tear me apart. But I can phase through the rock face to the side of it. I'll be inside their generator room in 60 seconds. I can disable their power and pop the locks from the inside." "Do it," Evans ordered. "The rest of you set up Overwatch. These rich fucks are about to get a lesson in how the new world works." His men chuckled, spreading out behind the rocks. The arrogance was thick in the air. They were the apex predators here, the U.S. Army. What could a bunch of civilians do? Diaz took a deep breath and began to phase into the solid rock. He was halfway through when it happened. Boom! It wasn't a loud noise. It was a sound that was felt more than heard. A deep, subsonic pulse that hit the soldiers like a physical blow. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Evans staggered, clutching his head as vertigo overwhelmed him. His men cried out, collapsing to their knees, vomiting. "What the hell was that?" One of them screamed over the comms, his voice filled with pain and confusion. Before Evans could answer, the show truly began. From seemingly solid rock faces, dozens of panels slid open with silent, terrifying precision. Automated turrets, sleek and deadly, emerged from the concealed openings. They didn't fire. They just swiveled, their optic sensors glowing a malevolent red as they locked onto each soldier individually. "Holy shit! Weapons free! Engage!" Evans roared, trying to raise his rifle. He was too slow. Thwap! 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 The turrets opened up. They didn't fire bullets. They fired a high-velocity barrage of dense rubber projectiles. The impacts were brutal. Evans felt 3 slam into his chest plate, knocking the wind out of him and sending him sprawling. His men were being pummeled, their body armor absorbing the worst of it, but the sheer force throwing them around like rag dolls. Their return fire was useless, pinging harmlessly off the turret's armored casings. Diaz, half-phased in the rock, was torn from his trance by the chaos. He tried to pull back, but a focused volley of rubber rounds slammed into his exposed body, breaking his concentration and throwing him violently back onto the ground. He lay there, groaning, his power fizzling out. The barrage lasted for exactly 10 seconds. Then it stopped as suddenly as it began. The soldiers were a wreck, bruised, disoriented, and utterly humiliated. "Fall back! Fall back!" Evans choked out, crawling behind a boulder. But the fortress wasn't done with them. A larger cannon, a weapon that looked like it belonged on a battleship, emerged from a silo higher up the mountain. It glowed with an intense blue-white energy. It wasn't aimed at them. It was aimed at a massive granite boulder the size of a truck about 50 meters to their right. There was no sound, just a blinding flash of light. A beam of pure energy, thick as a man's waist, shot out and struck the boulder. For a split second, nothing happened. Then, The boulder didn't explode. It vaporized. It turned directly from solid to gas, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of superheated dust and a glassy, molten crater on the ground. A dead silence fell over the small squad. They stared at the glowing crater, then at the silent fortress. The message was unmistakable. "That could have been you. We chose not to." The sheer, overwhelming gap in technological power was a chasm they could never hope to cross. Their guns, their training, their one precious awakened, it was all a child's tantrum in the face of this. Then, a voice boomed from hidden speakers, amplified to be heard for miles. It was calm, cold, and utterly dismissive. "You are trespassing. This is your only warning. Leave, now!" Lieutenant Evans didn't need to be told twice. He stared at the place where a multi-ton rock used to be, his professional arrogance shattered into a million pieces. "Go! Go! Get the hell out of here!" They scrambled away, abandoning all pretense of military discipline, running for their lives from an enemy they never saw. Inside the command center, Cale watched the 5 terrified figures flee on the main monitor. Leo was leaning back in his chair, a wide, triumphant grin on his face. "Oh man, did you see their faces? I wish I had a high-def camera on Evan's face when that plasma cannon fired. Priceless." On the screen, he pulled up a new window, a live feed from Colonel Thorne's command tent, captured by a high-frequency passive sensor. Thorne was listening to Evan's frantic, terrified report. The colonel's face was a mask of fury, but underneath it, Cale saw it. A new, dangerous obsession. He hadn't been scared off. He'd been challenged. In the hangar bay, Jack was laughing, a deep, rumbling sound that shook the whole room. "That's how you do it. Didn't even have to get our boots dirty." Evelyn watched the screens with a clinical, impressed expression. It was total dominance, achieved with 0 casualties on either side. A perfect outcome. Maya had emerged from her shadow. She stood by the open bay door, looking out into the darkness where the soldiers had fled. She had felt their fear. She had seen the impossible power of this place, the power of the man who commanded it. She walked over to the workbench, picked up the IV bag, and expertly found a vein in her own arm, taping the needle down with a practiced hand. Then she picked up the beef jerky. She looked over at Cale, who had just stepped out of the elevator. For the first time, she spoke a full sentence to him, her voice still rough, but clear. "This is a good den," she said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. A declaration of allegiance from a lone wolf who had finally found a pack worthy of her. The wind was the only thing that moved in the valley. It was a cold, sharp thing, slicing down from the snow-dusted peaks of the Rockies, carrying with it the smell of pine and stone and an end-of-the-world emptiness. Light snow drifted from a colorless sky, dusting the jagged rocks and the frozen ground in a thin layer of white. It was a dead landscape, devoid of life, a place where sound went to die. Lieutenant Bishop of the New American Brigade didn't feel the cold. He felt only a burning, zealous confidence. He was Thorne's new favorite, his new key. Unlike the pathetic Corporal Diaz from the last team, who could only phase through things like some cheap magician, Bishop's power was real, tactical. He was an awakened of the Ferris Lord class. He could sense, manipulate, and control metal. No gun could be aimed at him without his knowing. No hidden turret could surprise him. No armored door was a mystery. He was the ultimate can opener for a world full of locked vaults. "Anything, Bishop?" The voice of his sergeant, a hard-faced man named Gallo, grunted beside him. The 10-man squad moved with a fluid, predatory grace, their winter camo fatigues blending almost perfectly with the terrain. They were all hand-picked by Thorne, killers, professionals, not like the recon clowns who had apparently run away screaming from some fancy light show. Bishop closed his eyes, extending his senses. His mind reached out, tasting the very earth. He felt the iron in the rock, the trace minerals in the soil. He felt the steel of his team's weapons, the alloys in their armor. He swept his perception across the massive, sheer rock face ahead of them, the coordinates Thorne had given him. He pushed his senses deeper, searching for power lines, reinforcement bars, hidden mechanisms. Nothing. A smirk touched his lips. It's a ghost, Sergeant. The rock is clean. Whatever spooked the last team was a bluff. A high-tech projector, maybe some buried speakers. This Kale character is a coward hiding behind cheap tricks. So the structure isn't real? Gallo asked, his hand tightening on his rifle. Oh, it's real, Bishop said, his eyes snapping open with a greedy light. He pointed a gloved finger at a section of the mountain that seemed impossibly flat. Right there, the main gate. My senses can feel the density change. It is massive. A solid plug of some exotic alloy, probably titanium-based, but it's inert. Dead metal. No power conduits running to it, no hydraulic systems connected. It's just a wall. They're sealed in, probably by a manual lock on the inside. He chuckled. They've trapped themselves. We'll set up shaped charges and blow it open in a few hours. The squad relaxed visibly, their professional tension easing into casual arrogance. This was going to be an easy job. Bust open the door, kill the crazy billionaire inside, and claim a new, comfortable home for the brigade. They reached the base of the cliff. The gate was even more imposing up close, a seamless, 100-foot-wide slab of dark gray metal set into the mountain. It bore no markings, no handles, no seams. It was a tombstone for a dead world. Bishop signaled for the comms specialist to set up the wideband loudspeaker. He grabbed the microphone, his voice booming across the valley, amplified and full of unearned authority. "Attention occupants of the unidentified structure!" he bellowed, the sound echoing off the distant peaks. This is Lieutenant Bishop of the New American Brigade, acting under the authority of Colonel Marcus Thorne, the ranking military officer of this region and representative of the United States' continuity of government. You are in possession of vital strategic assets on military-designated territory. You are ordered to stand down, open this gate, and surrender your facility and all resources to our command. You have 5 minutes to comply. Failure to do so will be seen as an act of insurrection, and we will be forced to take this facility by any means necessary. I repeat, you have 5 minutes to comply. He clicked off the microphone and turned to his men with a smug grin. Let the clock run. I want them to sweat. Inside the command center of the unfallen fortress, the only sound was the low hum of the geothermal reactor and Leo Chen's furious typing. On the massive central monitor, a dozen high-definition camera feeds showed Lieutenant Bishop and his squad from every conceivable angle. Continuity of government. What a load of bullshit. Leo scoffed, slurping his third espresso of the hour. These army pricks think just because they have uniforms, they own the world. He's a Ferris Lord boss, level 2 awakened. Thinks he can feel every piece of metal for miles. Kale sat in his command chair, legs crossed, watching the screen with an unreadable expression. His fingers were steepled under his chin. He hadn't said a word. Jack Riley stood behind him, arms crossed over his massive chest, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Let me go out there, Kale, Jack pleaded, his knuckles white. Just me. I'll turn that lieutenant into a pretzel. He can sense all the metal he wants while I'm beating his ass with his own rifle." Kale held up a hand, and Jack fell silent. He turned his gaze from the screen to Leo. "He's right about one thing, though. The valley is too quiet." A cold, thin smile touched Kale's lips. It was a smile that promised not humor, but annihilation. "Leo, they want a show. Let's give them some music to go with it." Leo's eyes lit up with malicious glee. "Oh, you got it, boss. What are we feeling today? Something dramatic?" "Something classic," Kale replied. "Something with a little finality." Leo's fingers danced across his keyboard. "Request acknowledged. Queuing up the Welcome Wagon playlist." 4 minutes and 30 seconds had passed. Bishop was getting impatient. He tapped his foot in the snow, the arrogance on his face beginning to curdle into annoyance. "Cocky bastard is going to make us wait it out," he muttered to Gallo. "Fine, prep the demolition charges. As soon as that 5th minute is up." He was cut off. It started without warning. A sound, not from the gate, but from everywhere at once. A powerful, driving wave of music erupted from the very rocks around them. It wasn't rock and roll. It was a storm of violins and booming kettle drums, a piece of music so intense and overwhelming it felt like the sky was about to split open. It was the sound of an impending glorious doom. "What the hell is this?" Gallo shouted over the music. "Are they trying to bust our eardrums?" But Bishop wasn't listening. His face had gone from smug to shocked to bone-white terror in the space of a single second. His awakened senses, which had reported a dead, inert valley moments before, were now screaming a symphony of pure, unadulterated panic. "It's a trap!" he shrieked, his voice cracking. "Fall back! It's a—" Too late. All around them, the mountain itself began to move. Huge sections of rock face slid away with the silent, horrifying precision of a well-oiled machine. From the dark, cavities that opened up, weapons emerged. Not just turrets. These were military-grade weapons platforms. To their left and right, a dozen M2 Browning heavy machine guns, their long, menacing barrels swiveling to find targets. Above them, from higher positions on the cliff, nests of Mark 19 automatic grenade launchers rose from the stone, their cylindrical magazines promising a rain of explosive death. Every weapon was solid, every weapon was real, and every weapon was made of tons and tons of high-grade steel that his senses had been completely blind to. It wasn't just hidden, it was shielded, masked by some kind of technology he couldn't comprehend. A tiny red dot appeared on Bishop's forehead. He looked around wildly and saw every single one of his men had been painted by a similar laser sight. His mind reeled. The sheer weight of metal that had just materialized around him was crushing. He felt it all. The thousands of pounds of steel in the gun mounts, the brass casings of the 500,000 rounds of ammunition sitting in their feed belts, the dense tungsten cores of the armor-piercing rounds. It was a fortress. Not in the mountain. The mountain was the fortress. His confidence shattered. His superiority vanished. He was a bug in a jar, and the owner of the jar was done watching him scuttle around. In the command center, Kale watched the laser sights lock onto their targets. The terrified face of Lieutenant Bishop filled the main screen. "Targets acquired. All systems green," the calm synthetic voice of the fortress's AI reported. "Awaiting command." Leo was practically vibrating in his chair. "Fry 'em, boss. Turn those arrogant sons of bitches into ground meat." Kale leaned forward, his voice low, cold, and utterly final. He pressed the intercom button. "Fire." The world outside erupted into a hurricane of violence. The M2 Brownings roared to life, Not with the single-shot cracks of rifles, but with the deafening, cloth-ripping thunder of heavy machine guns firing at 600 rounds per minute. A dozen streams of tracer fire, like angry red lances, converged on the squad. The soldiers, for all their training, didn't stand a chance. They were caught in a perfect kill box. Their body armor was a joke against the .50 caliber rounds that punched through them as if they were made of paper. Men were not just shot. They were atomized, torn into red mist and flying chunks of meat and ceramite. One man raised his rifle, only to have it and both his arms disintegrated in a fraction of a second. Before the echoes of the machine guns had even registered, the Mark 19s added their voices to the chorus of death. With a series of deep, percussive thump-thump-thumps, they lobbed dozens of 40mm high-explosive grenades into the small area. The snow-covered ground vanished in a series of rolling, earth-shattering explosions. Rock was pulverized. Bodies were ripped apart. The shaped charges the squad had been preparing detonated sympathetically, adding a massive fireball to the inferno. The beautiful, intense music still blared from the hidden speakers, a triumphant, terrifying soundtrack to the absolute massacre. Lieutenant Bishop was the last to die. A full burst from a Browning caught him center mass, lifting him off his feet and slamming him against the great metal door he had been so confident of breaching. He was pinned there for a full second by the relentless stream of bullets, his body jerking and spasming as it was shredded into nothingness. His last, horrifying thought was of the sheer, impossible scale of the power he had challenged. 30 seconds. From the first note of music to the last gunshot, the entire engagement lasted 30 seconds. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The guns fell silent and retracted back into the mountain. The rock faces slid shut. The triumphant music cut off. The valley was quiet once more. The only sound was the gentle whisper of the wind. But where a 10-man squad of elite soldiers had stood, there was now only a blackened, smoking crater, littered with mangled pieces of metal and gore that steamed in the cold air. Not a single soul had survived. In Thorne's command tent, the furious colonel was listening to static. "Recon 2, this is command. What is your status? Bishop, report! God damn it, somebody answer me!" His comms officer shook his head, his face pale. "Nothing, sir." Their signals just vanished. All 10 of them at the same time. Thorne slammed his fist on the tactical table, rattling the equipment. What happened? Did that coward set off a bomb? Did they... Suddenly, the officer's screen flickered. "Sir, I'm getting an incoming data burst. It's on our encrypted channel. They've hacked us." "Put it on the main screen, now!" Thorne roared. The large monitor at the end of the tent, which had been displaying a map of the region, shifted. It was replaced by a video feed shot in crystal-clear high definition from multiple angles. Thorne watched, his face a mask of stone-cold fury, as his elite 10-man squad was systematically and effortlessly annihilated. He saw the turrets emerge. He heard the music. He saw Bishop's face contort in terror. He watched every single one of his men get turned into shredded meat by a storm of metal and fire. The video played in real time, a brutal 30-second-long snuff film of his own failure. When it finished, the screen went black. A single line of white text appeared. It was simple. It was dismissive. It was the ultimate insult. The fortress does not welcome guests. Get lost. The text faded, and the screen returned to the tactical map, as if nothing had happened. A junior officer in the tent retched and ran outside. The comms tech stared at his console, trembling. Colonel Marcus Thorne did not tremble. He stood perfectly still, his hands clenched into fists so tight his knuckles were white. The humiliation was a physical thing, a fire in his gut. This wasn't a defeat. It was a statement of contempt. That civilian, that Kale, hadn't just defended his home. He had executed Thorne's men as a warning and then spat on their graves. A low, dangerous laugh escaped Thorne's lips. It was not a sound of amusement. It was the sound of an obsession being forged in the fires of pure, unadulterated hatred. "Find me everything you can on that name," he snarled, his voice a low growl. "Kale, I don't care how you do it. I want to know who he is. I want to know where he came from." He stared at the map, at the red dot that marked the location of the unfallen fortress. "And get me every asset we have. I want every soldier, every tank, every awakened loyal to this brigade ready to move. We are going to war." The static hissed. It was the only reply Colonel Marcus Thorne received. An empty, mocking hiss from a channel that, moments before, had carried the life signs of 10 of his best men. The large monitor in his command tent was black. The insulting white text, "The fortress does not welcome guests. Get lost," seared onto his retinas. "Sir?" the comms officer asked, his voice trembling. "The data burst has stopped. They've cut the line." Thorne didn't answer. He stared at the black screen, his hands clenched at his sides. The humiliation was a physical poison, a hot acid crawling up his throat. He hadn't just lost a squad. He had been made a fool of. This Kale, this ghost in the mountains, hadn't just defended himself. He had performed an execution, recorded it in high definition, and broadcast it directly to Thorne's command center as a flex. It was a declaration. "You are nothing. Your authority is a joke. Your soldiers are ants." The comms officer flinched as Thorne took a slow, deliberate step towards the monitor. The colonel's face was a mask of cold fury, his jaw muscles working so hard it looked like the bones might crack. "Re-establish contact," Thorne said, his voice dangerously low. "Try every—" "Sir, we can't," the officer stammered. "They didn't just hack a channel. They created a temporary ghost network inside our encrypted system. It's gone. There's nothing to trace. It's like it was never there." That was the final straw. With a roar that was more animal than human, Thorne drew his sidearm. It wasn't a pistol. It was a heavy, custom-made Desert Eagle, a cannon designed more for intimidation than practical use. He didn't aim. He just fired. Blam! The gunshot was deafening inside the tent. A .50 caliber slug punched a spiderweb of cracks into the tactical monitor. Blam! Blam! He fired twice more. The screen shattered, showering the floor with glass and dead electronics. The junior officers in the tent ducked, their faces pale with fear. They had seen Thorne angry before, but this was different. This was a man whose entire worldview had been challenged and found wanting. Thorne stood there, the huge pistol smoking in his hand, his chest heaving. He was a professional soldier, a pragmatist. He knew a brute force assault on that. That fortress was now out of the question. Bishop, his metal-controlling awakened, had been blind to its defenses. A whole squad of veterans had been vaporized in 30 seconds without the enemy even stepping outside. Sending more men to die against automated turrets was not a strategy. It was suicide. His rage began to cool, replaced by the chilling focus of a predator. The fire in his gut was still there, but now it was a forge, sharpening his hatred into a weapon. "He wants to hide in his hole?" Thorne snarled to the terrified room. "Fine, let him. Let him sit in his concrete tomb and watch." He strode over to a paper map of the region spread across a folding table, shoving aside discarded ration packs. He jabbed a finger down hard, right on the outskirts of Denver. He thinks his walls make him king. But a king needs a kingdom. A fortress needs supplies. No matter how much he's hoarded, he'll have to come out eventually. And when he does, he'll find that the world belongs to the new American Brigade. His eyes scanned the map, calculating, dissecting. His gaze fell upon the sprawling complex of the Denver International Airport. A graveyard of multi-million-dollar jets, a sprawling terminal, and, more importantly, a place of endless rumors. A place he had intended to secure eventually, but had deemed too high risk for the moment. Not anymore. This changed everything. "The airport," he declared, his voice hard as iron. "He has an advanced fortress. He needs advanced resources, fuel, electronics, strategic materials. The airport has it all. We will take it. We will lock down every major resource hub within a 100-mile radius. We will squeeze him. We will create a desert around his mountain and wait for him to die of thirst." He turned to his second-in-command, a major who had wisely remained silent during the outburst. "Major, assemble Task Force Vulture. I want every vehicle, every soldier, every awakened we can spare ready to move within the hour. The target is DIA. We are no longer on a mission of requisition. We are going to war." The major snapped a salute, his face grim. "And the objective, sir?" Thorne's lips twisted into a cruel smile. "Secure the asset. Kill anything that gets in our way. And if we find any civilians, conscript them. They can dig our trenches." He looked back at the map, at the red pin marking Cale's fortress. He imagined the man inside, watching, thinking he was safe. "Let's see how smug you are, you bastard, when you're trapped on your own goddamn mountain." In the silent, climate-controlled heart of the unfallen fortress, Cale watched Colonel Thorne's tantrum on a secondary screen. The feed wasn't from a hacked channel. It was from a series of microscopic drones, no larger than flies, that had latched onto Bishop's squad before they were annihilated. They now clung to the canvas of Thorne's command tent, transmitting perfect audio and video. Cale took a slow sip of his coffee. He was the picture of calm. "Well, he took that about as well as expected," Leo Chen commented from his own terminal, a dozen windows of code and satellite imagery open before him. He spun in his chair. "He's not a complete idiot, I'll give him that. Can't break the door, so he's trying to board up the windows. He's mobilizing everything. Task Force Vulture is on the move. ETA to DIA is about 5 hours. "Let him," Cale replied, his eyes never leaving the screen where Thorne was barking orders. "He's doing exactly what I would do in his position." Jack Riley, who had been watching the whole exchange with a grin, finally spoke up. "So we just let him take the airport?" "There's a ton of good stuff there." "Oh, we're not letting him take it," Cale said, a cold, predatory light entering his eyes. He swiped a hand, and the main holographic display in the center of the room dissolved the view of the valley and reformed into a 3-dimensional, rotating schematic of the Denver International Airport. "We're going to get there first, and we're going to take what really matters." He zoomed in on the main terminal, then pushed the image down, revealing layers of sub-basements and tunnels. Most were known public records, baggage handling systems, maintenance corridors. But then he revealed 3 more levels, colored in red, that didn't exist on any official blueprint. "Thorne thinks he's going for jet fuel and scrap aluminum," Cale explained, his voice resonating with the knowledge of a past life. "He's a scavenger thinking in terms of the old world. He has no idea that DIA was secretly a black site for DARPA's more exotic projects. Deep underground, there's a prototype cold fusion reactor, an experimental railgun battery, and, most importantly, he pointed to a large chamber at the very bottom of the schematic, which pulsed with a faint, malevolent red light on the display. A convergence. After the Tantich Gyang Lam, the energy that flooded the world pooled there. It has created something nasty, a boss-level entity, an amalgam of voices. Thorn's men will walk right into it and get slaughtered, but the core of that creature, once purified by my system, will be enough to push our entire core team to the next level of awakening. Leo let out a low whistle. A race and a boss raid all in one. You don't do things by half, do you, boss? The world is ending, Kale said simply. There are no half measures. He turned away from the hologram and faced his team. Evelyn and Maya had entered the command center, drawn by the strategic alert. They were all here. His shield, his brain, his healer, and his shadow. The foundation of his new world. This is our first major operation, Kale announced, his tone shifting from analytical to commanding. Thorn's forces are clumsy and predictable. The real threat is the airport itself. It's crawling with corrupted and whispering wraiths. The mission has two objectives. Primary, secure the DARPA lab and the reactor core before Thorn's forces can even breach the perimeter. Secondary, if possible, retrieve the boss's Tin Hach Tahoa. We go in fast, we hit hard, and we get out. He looked at each of them in turn, assigning their roles with precision. Maya, you're up first. You'll take the Night Runner e-bike. I want you on site in 90 minutes. You are a ghost. Your goal is to map the enemy concentrations around the main terminal and the cargo bays. I want to know where every nest of corrupted is. I want every patrol route of the Wraiths marked. Do not engage. Just see and report back. Can you do that? Mayakai, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, simply nodded once. Her amber eyes were sharp and focused. Understood. For her, it was just another hunt. Evelyn, Kale continued, turning to the doctor. Prep the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut was their prized possession, a heavily modified MRAP, mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle, equipped with a full mobile medical bay. I want field transfusion kits for synthetic blood, 3 regeneration cradles powered up, and a full spectrum of chemical and biological antitoxins. The amalgam's psychic pressure can cause physical symptoms. Be ready for anything. Dr. Reed pushed her glasses up her nose, her expression all business. I'll have it stocked and ready in 20 minutes. I'll also pack neural dampeners for the psychic assault. As always, she was already thinking 3 steps ahead of the problem. Jack, you're with me on the front line. We're taking the Marauder assault vehicle. He nodded toward the armory. Loadout is purifier rounds for the main cannons. They're devastating against thaumic entities. And for close quarters... A grim smile touched Kale's lips. Pack the new blades, the ones we forged from that meteorite alloy. They'll cut through the corrupted like paper. Jack's grin was wide and fierce. Hell yes! Been dying to test those toys out. Let's show those freaks what real metal feels like. Finally, Kale looked at Leo. Leo, you're the linchpin. You'll be running command from the Marauders' comm station. The second we're within range, I need you to hijack DIA's internal network. Give me a live map of the entire facility, power conduits, life support, everything. Most importantly, I need you to find the emergency access override for the DARPA sublevels, and while you're at it, keep a leash on Thorn's Vulture task force. I want to know if their commander so much as stops to take a piss. Leo cracked his knuckles, a spark of pure, malicious joy in his eyes. Boss, hacking a dead pre-apocalypse grid for a tech god like me? That's not a challenge. That's a Tuesday. Thorn won't know what hit him until we're already drinking a victory coffee on our way home. Good, Kale said. clapping his hands together once. The sound echoed with finality in the Yagide high-tech command center. Everyone knows their role. This isn't just about resources. This is about momentum. Today we show Thorn that this world isn't his to take. It's ours to build. Gear up. We roll out in 30 minutes. The team dispersed with silent, practiced efficiency. There was no hesitation, no question. There was only the calm, humming energy of a perfectly tuned machine preparing to unleash hell. Kale walked to the massive armored window that overlooked the valley. The snow had stopped. In the pre-dawn gloom, the world was gray and dead. But beyond the horizon, a race was beginning. A race for power, for survival, for the very future itself. And Kale had no intention of losing. The Night Runner e-bike was utterly silent as it sliced through the dead air of the airport perimeter. It was less a vehicle and more a sliver of darkness given form, and Maya Kai rode it like a natural extension of her own body. The sprawling graveyard of Denver International Airport unfolded before her. Jumbo jets, worth hundreds of millions in the old world, now lay like beached metal whales. Their wings drooped, their windows were dark, and a fine layer of gray dust coated everything, a shroud for a dead civilization. The silence was wrong. It wasn't peaceful. It was the heavy, waiting silence of a tomb. Kale's voice, clean and clear, came through her comm bead. "Maya, report. Anything on the surface?" "Negative," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. She brought the bike to a stop behind a baggage cart, her amber eyes scanning the terminal. "The place is a ghost town. No movement, but I can feel them. Down below, it's loud." Loud was not the right word. Through her heightened senses, the ground beneath her feet was not solid earth and concrete. It was a drum, vibrating with a million trapped, screaming souls. It was a psychic hum that would have driven a normal person mad in minutes. To Maya, it was just background noise, filtered and dulled by the protective aura Kale's power provided, even from a distance. "Understood. We're 2 minutes out from the service entrance you marked. Stay dark." "Always am," she replied, and then she was gone, melting into the long shadows cast by a derelict 747. The Marauder assault vehicle was a 10-ton beast of black, angled steel plating. It moved with a quiet, menacing rumble, its oversized tires crushing shattered asphalt without a jolt. Inside, it was a mobile command center. Kale sat in the commander's seat, watching a dozen tactical displays. Beside him, Leo Chen's fingers flew across a holographic keyboard, his eyes alight with the thrill of the hack. And, "We're in," Leo announced with a smug grin, snapping his fingers. DIA's internal security, power grid, and maintenance schematics are now the property of Team Kale. Man, their firewalls are antique. It's like breaking into a kid's piggy bank. The main holo display in the Marauder's cabin shifted, showing a live 3D wireframe of the airport's subterranean levels. Red dots, thousands of them, pulsed in the darkness. "Holy shit," Jack Riley breathed from the gunner's station behind them. He leaned forward, his massive frame making the cabin feel small. "Are those all—" "Whispering wraiths," Kale confirmed, his expression grim. "They're drawn to the energy convergence down there like moths to a flame. The place isn't just a nest. It's a maelstrom." "And Thorn's boys?" Jack asked, cracking his knuckles. Leo highlighted a new set of icons on the map, blue V's moving in formation. "Task Force Vulture. They're making their entrance through the main cargo bay, clumsy, loud. They're broadcasting on open channels like they own the place. These military types, man. No subtlety. Let them be clumsy," Kale said, his eyes fixed on the map. "They'll be the dinner bell." The Marauder slipped into a wide, dark service tunnel, its headlights cutting a sharp path through the gloom. Behind them, Dr. Evelyn Reed followed in the Juggernaut, a fortress of medical science on wheels. They moved with a speed and silence Thorne's convoy could only dream of. They were 10 minutes into their descent when Leo suddenly cursed. "Uh-oh!" The dinner bell just rang. On the tactical display, a cluster of a dozen blue Vs had just entered a large chamber marked Baggage Handling Sector Gamma. The chamber was thick with red dots. "Patch me into their comms," Cale ordered. The cabin filled with panicked shouting. "The hell are those things? Bullets are going right through them. Sarge is down. Oh God, he's screaming. Get it out of his head. Fall back! Fall back! They're everywhere!" A blood-curdling shriek cut through the static, followed by the flatline tone of a dead biosensor. Jack let out a low whistle. "They're getting ripped apart." "They're soldiers of the old world fighting a new world's war," Cale stated flatly. He watched the blue icons flicker and disappear one by one. The red dots swarmed them, a tide of spectral predators. They brought guns to a soul fight. The screaming on the comms channel intensified as more of Thorne's squads were drawn toward the chaos, trying to rescue their comrades. The result was the same. More gunfire, more panic, more lives extinguished. The number of red dots on the map seemed to swell, energized by the fresh fear and despair. "What a mess!" Evelyn's clinical voice came over their private channel from the Juggernaut. "The psychic feedback is spiking. Thorne is feeding the horde with his own men." "Perfect," Cale said, and the single word was so cold it made the others look at him. A predatory smile touched his lips. "He's just created the perfect diversion. Leo, find us a route around the main engagement. Take us straight to the DARPA elevator shaft." Leo's fingers danced again. A new path, highlighted in green, snaked through maintenance corridors and forgotten subway tunnels on the map. "Got it, boss. It's a tight squeeze, but we can bypass the entire shit show. They'll be too busy dying to even notice us." "Jack," Cale said, his voice dropping into a commanding tone. "We're going to be moving fast. If anything gets in our way, run it over. If we can't run it over, you put a purifier round through it. No stopping." "Hell yeah," Jack boomed, gripping the controls of the Marauder's main cannon. "Let's rock and roll." "Maya, we've changed plans," Cale broadcast. "Rendezvous at the DARPA access point. Go loud if you have to. We're punching through." A simple "on my way" was the only reply. The Marauder lurched forward, its engine roaring to life as it plunged deeper into the labyrinth. They blasted through a flimsy security gate, the metal screeching as it was torn from its hinges. Corrupted, drawn by the sound, swarmed out of side tunnels, their bodies twisted into nightmare shapes. They were fast, but the Marauder was faster. Jack didn't even bother with the cannon. The vehicle's armored prow slammed into them, turning them into sprays of black ichor and shattered bone without slowing down. "Splat number 1! Splat number 2! Jack laughed. Suddenly, a massive shape blocked the tunnel ahead. It was a subway car, derailed and lying on its side. "Obstruction!" Leo yelled. "Not for long," Jack grinned. "Firing purifier!" The Marauder's rooftop cannon swiveled and fired with a deafening thoom. A shell of brilliant, white-hot energy slammed into the subway car. It didn't just explode. The metal glowed white, then dissolved into shimmering dust, the thaumic energy in the shell erasing it from existence. The path was clear. They raced on, the sounds of Thorne's disastrous battle fading behind them. They were moving through a part of the airport that felt fundamentally different. The air was heavy, charged with power. The concrete walls seemed to sweat a thin, oily film. Kale felt the pressure of the Tieng Ti Tam, the whispering, increasing dramatically, a constant insane chatter at the edge of his hearing. But inside the bubble of his Vung Ting Lang Tuyet joy, zone of absolute stillness, his team felt only a deep sense of calm and focus. They screeched to a halt in a circular chamber. In the center was a massive, heavy-duty freight elevator, its doors sealed shut, a faded DARPA logo stenciled on the metal. Standing beside it, perfectly still in the shadows, was Maya. Her blades were drawn, and at her feet lay the bodies of two corrupted, their heads cleanly severed. She hadn't gone loud. She hadn't needed to. "Took you long enough," she said, her voice flat. "Leo, get it open," Kale commanded, ignoring her. "On it. This is military-grade encryption, and done." Leo snapped his fingers. With a deep groan of ancient machinery, the massive elevator doors ground open, revealing a dark shaft that plunged into the planet's core. "All right, everyone out. We take the elevator down," Kale ordered. "We're heading into the heart of the storm. Evelyn, stay with the vehicles and monitor our vitals. If any of us go into the red, you pull us out. Understood?" "Understood, Kale. Be careful. The psychic pressure down there is off the charts. My instruments are screaming," she replied, her voice tight with concern. Kale, Jack, Maya, and Leo stepped into the elevator. Quail was armed with a long sword forged from the strange, dark meteorite metal. Jack carried a massive, customized shotgun in one hand and a warhammer that looked more like a demolition tool in the other. Maya wielded her twin short swords, and Leo held a high-powered tablet, his fingers already flying. As the doors closed, plunging them into darkness, Kyle looked at his team, his shield, his shadow, his brain. "Remember the mission. We're not here to fight the tide. We're here to kill the moon that moves it." The elevator began its descent. It went down and down and down. The air grew colder, and the psychic hum intensified into a roaring symphony of agony. Leo's tablet showed them dropping past the lowest official levels into deep, classified territory. Finally, with a soft chime, the elevator stopped. The doors opened onto a scene from a nightmare. They were in a vast, cavernous chamber. It looked like a natural cave that had been hollowed out and reinforced with black, unknown metal. In the center of the chamber, floating 20 feet above the floor, was the amalgam of voices. It had no shape. It was a miniature sun of pure, chaotic psychic energy. A swirling vortex of light and shadow, the size of a house, from which thousands of ghostly faces and hands seemed to press outward before being sucked back in. It didn't make a sound, yet the chamber was filled with the mental screams of every soul trapped within it. Passengers on vacation, pilots, flight attendants, children, soldiers. Waves of pure terror and pain pulsed out from it, so powerful they distorted the very air, making the far walls seem to ripple like water. This was the boss. This was the source of the infection. "Holy Mother of—" Jack whispered, his bravado finally cracking for a half-second. Maya just stared, her knuckles white on the hilts of her blades. Leo's tablet was flashing with red alerts. "Energy readings are off the scale. It's a psychic black hole. Its presence is actively bending reality in here." Kyle felt the raw power of it wash over him. His system automatically filtered the malicious intent, but the sheer volume of raw, untamed energy was staggering. The Tin Hach Tha Hua, corrupted core, of this thing was a treasure beyond measure, enough to push them all to the next stage. He raised his meteorite sword, its dark metal seeming to drink in the oppressive atmosphere. He felt his team's fear, their awe, their readiness. He focused them with his will. Thorne's men were dying 100 meters above, fighting shadows in the dark, buying them this one perfect chance. The colonel thought he was laying a siege. The poor, arrogant bastard had no idea he was just the opening act. "All right," Cale said, his voice cutting through the mental hurricane, sharp and absolute. "Let's go kill a god." The mental roar was a physical force. It slammed into them the moment the elevator doors opened, a wave of pure pain and terror that made the air itself seem to vibrate. The cavern was a nightmare canvas. Phantoms flickered at the edge of vision. A businessman clutching a briefcase, a mother shielding her child, a pilot with a look of utter horror, all screaming silently before being ripped apart and sucked back into the storm of souls at the center. The ground itself felt like it was humming, a low, constant vibration of agony that traveled up through the soles of their boots. This wasn't just a monster. It was a monument to a massacre. The amalgam of voices, the psychic sun of trapped spirits, pulsed with a sickening light. Waves of chaotic energy radiated from it, warping the cavern. One moment, a wall of black alien metal would look solid. The next, it would ripple like a reflection in a disturbed pond. "Holy Mother of God," Jack Riley breathed, his usual bravado gone, replaced by raw awe. He gripped his warhammer so hard his knuckles turned white. It's bigger than on the screen." "Energy readings are completely off the charts," Leo stammered, his eyes glued to his tablet. It was flashing a dozen different shades of red. "The psychic pressure is so intense, it's creating gravitational distortions. This thing is literally bending space-time around itself. This is not a fight, Cale. This is a physics problem from hell." Maya said nothing. She simply sank into a lower, predatory stance, her amber eyes fixed on the swirling vortex. Her twin blades seemed to absorb the dim light, becoming slivers of pure darkness. She could feel the raw, unfiltered madness radiating from the creature, but within the protective bubble of Cale's power, it was like watching a hurricane from behind soundproof glass. The visuals were horrific, but the soul-shredding noise was muted to a distant hum. "They're engaging," Leo announced, pointing to a tactical overlay on his tablet. On the far side of the massive chamber, muzzle flashes began to light up the darkness. Thorne's idiots finally found the main course. The sound of gunfire, tiny pops in the vast space, echoed across the cavern. Heavy caliber rounds from the New American Brigade's rifles slammed into the amalgam. They had no effect. The bullets either passed straight through the ghostly mass or were simply consumed, adding tiny sparks to the swirling chaos. A voice, strained and filled with static, crackled through the open comms channel Leo was monitoring. It was Colonel Thorne. "All units, concentrate fire on the primary target. I don't care about the smaller entities. Burn that central mass. Use incendiaries. Use everything you've got." "He's just feeding it," Cale stated, his voice a cold, sharp contrast to the chaos. "Fear, anger, desperation. It's a buffet." As if to prove his point, the amalgam pulsed brightly. A wave of shimmering energy, the color of a deep bruise, shot out and slammed into the area where Thorne's men were positioned. The gunfire was replaced by terrified screams, then a sudden chilling silence. "He's a fool," Cale said, not with contempt, but with the simple finality of a diagnosis. He turned to his own team. Their eyes met, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. They were not Thorne's grunts. They were not cannon fodder. They were a scalpel, poised to cut the heart out of this storm. "Game on," Cale said softly. "Maya, you're on cleanup. Take out any of the larger wraiths that try to flank us. Don't let them interrupt the main event. Leo, call out the energy spikes. Jack, you're with me. You are the wall. Hell yeah, Jack boomed, his confidence returning. A wide, savage grin split his face. Nothing's getting through me. Then let's move. They didn't charge. They advanced. Maya melted away from the group, her form becoming one with the deep shadows cast by strange rock formations. She was a ghost hunting ghosts. A high-pitched shriek announced the arrival of a Vonghon Thi Tam, larger and more defined than the others, its shadowy form coalescing into a tattered mockery of a soldier. It lunged towards Leo, its immaterial claws reaching for his mind. Before it could get within 10 feet, there was a flicker of movement in the darkness behind it. 2 arcs of steel, impossibly fast, carved through its form. The wraith didn't scream. It simply dissolved, its psychic energy dissipating like smoke in the wind. Maya was already gone, moving towards her next target. Energy spike, left flank. Looks like a focused psychic blast. Leo yelled, his eyes never leaving his tablet. A beam of pure, agonizing psychic energy, thick as a tree trunk, shot from the amalgam, screaming through the air towards them. My turn, Jack roared. He didn't try to dodge. He planted his feet, slammed the base of his warhammer into the ground for an anchor, and activated his Dinang. His skin took on the dark, metallic sheen of gunmetal. Veins bulged on his arms and neck, looking like steel cables under his skin. He met the beam head-on. The impact was immense, throwing up a cloud of dust and rock chips. The psychic energy washed over him in a deafening, invisible flood. Anyone else would have had their mind torn to shreds, their soul scoured from their body. Jack just grunted, his boots carving 2 deep furrows in the stone floor as he was pushed back 5 feet. The energy beam broke against his unbreakable form, splashing harmlessly to the sides. He spat on the ground. Is that all you got, you overgrown light bulb? My grandma hits harder than that. While his team executed their roles flawlessly, Kale stood perfectly still, his eyes closed. He ignored the battle raging around him, the waves of power, the screams. He focused his mind inward, on his unique system. System, he thought, his will like a razor's edge. Scan it, tear it apart, find its weakness. A cool, clinical stream of information poured directly into his consciousness, overriding the chaos. Scanning high-tier chaotic energy entity, amalgam of voices, analysis in progress. Entity is composed of approximately 4,327 individual psychic signatures held in a forced, unstable fusion. Warning, entity's core is generating localized reality distortions. High-level thaumic energy detected. Searching for structural vulnerability. Causal link found. Tracing nexus point. Analysis complete. Vulnerability identified. Target, the soul knot. Description. The original soul upon which the amalgam was formed. It acts as the anchor and the seed. The first victim of the Denver International Airport event. A TSA agent named Arthur Penhaligon. His terror and despair became the nucleus for all the others. His soul is the gravitational center of this psychic black hole. Destroying the soul knot will trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, causing the entire entity to destabilize and collapse. A 3-dimensional wireframe of the amalgam appeared in Kale's mind, and there, buried deep within the swirling mass of light and shadow, was a single, tiny point of brilliant, agonizing light. A target marker glowed over it. Kale's eyes snapped open. The predatory smile was back on his lips. Leo, sending you coordinates. Pinpoint it on the main display. That's our target. On Leo's tablet, a red crosshair appeared deep inside the schematic of the monster. Whoa, that's deep. It's right in the goddamn middle. How are we supposed to hit that? Kale looked at Jack, who was still grinning after tanking the energy blast. Jack? Jack's grin widened. He knew what was coming. You want me to throw you? I want you to throw me, Kale confirmed. This is insane, Leo protested, for once sounding rattled. The anti-air psychic interference is off the charts. Its energy field will shred you before you get halfway. It won't, Kale said with absolute certainty. He drew the longsword forged from the dark meteorite. The blade didn't reflect the chaotic light of the amalgam. It seemed to swallow it. My system filters that crap. To me, it's just raw power. Maya, clear us a runway. From the shadows, a simple "done" was the reply. The path between them and the amalgam was suddenly clear of any major threats. On the other side of the cavern, Colonel Thorne watched through high-powered binoculars from a protected alcove. His forces were in shambles. He had lost a third of his men in less than 10 minutes, but his merciless assault was having an effect. The creature was focusing its attacks on his soldiers, giving the rest of the cavern a relative calm. He saw Kale's group. He saw the giant of a man, Jack, grab the leader, Kale, by the waist. What in the ever-loving fuck are they doing? Thorne hissed to his communications officer. Are they insane? He watched as Jack bent his knees, muscles coiling like massive springs. He was positioning Kale like a human javelin. Thorne's eyes widened in realization. It was a crazy, suicidal plan. But it was also the only plan he'd seen that wasn't just shoot and die. No! He roared. That prize is mine! All remaining units, shift fire! Target that man! The one in the air! Shoot him down! Jack let out a bellow that shook the cavern. Yeet! With a surge of pure, unadulterated strength, he launched Kale through the air. Kyle became a human missile. He shot across the vast cavern, a black streak against the swirling vortex of light. The air around him screamed. The psychic pressure intensified 1,000-fold. To anyone else, it would be like flying through a meat grinder made of souls. To Cole, it was like diving into an ocean of pure energy. His system worked overtime, the Than Tai Nung Luang function spinning like a turbine, stripping the madness, the pain, and the fear away, leaving only pristine raw power that flooded into him. He could feel the change. The energy was fortifying his body, sharpening his senses. Below him, the panicked soldiers of the New American Brigade opened fire. Tracer rounds zipped past him. He didn't even bother to dodge. They were too slow, too predictable. A few lucky shots came close, only to be deflected by the invisible aura of his Vung Tin Lang Tuyet Joy, the zone of absolute stillness that surrounded him like a personal bubble of reality. He saw the target in his mind's eye, the soul knot, Arthur Penhaligon's screaming spirit. He felt its terror, its pain, its eternal loneliness. I'll end it for you, Kale thought. He channeled the torrent of purified energy flowing into him directly into his meteorite sword. The dark metal, which had only consumed light before, could no longer contain the power. It erupted. A brilliant, clean, white gold light exploded from the blade, utterly different from the sick, chaotic light of the amalgam. It was not a light of madness, but of pure, ordered will. It was the light of a star being born. The entire cavern was illuminated by this new, tiny sun. Every scream, every phantom, every ripple in space seemed to recoil from its purity. In the middle of the storm, suspended in the air, Kale raised his sword high. It was no longer a weapon of steel, but a blade forged from starlight and certainty, a beacon of order against an ocean of chaos. He locked his eyes on the screaming heart of the amalgam. Thorn watched, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. His men's bullets were useless. His strategy was a joke. This one man was about to steal the ultimate prize right from under his nose. Kale took a final breath, his entire being focused on a single point. He was the scalpel. This was the cut. He brought the sword down. The world went white. It wasn't a flashbang white, not the clean, sterile white of a hospital. It was the white of a soul being unwritten from existence. The moment Kale's blade of pure will plunged into the screaming nucleus of the amalgam of voices, the soul knot of Arthur Penhaligon, there was no sound. Sound was too slow, too primitive for this. There was only a psychic detonation, a release of pressure so immense it felt like the universe itself had just exhaled. The agonizing psychic storm didn't just stop, it was deleted. The thousands of voices that made up the monster let out a single unified mental shriek. It was not a shriek of pain, but of release, of finality, of an end to the torment. Then came the shock wave. It was not energy, it was pure unraveled reality. The wave blasted outwards from the epicenter where the amalgam had been. It was colorless, soundless, and utterly devastating. The dozens of smaller Vong Hon Thi Tam caught in its path didn't even have time to dissolve. They simply ceased to be, like a candle flame in a hurricane. The Ketha Hua, the corrupted humans who drew their mad strength from the amalgam's presence, froze mid-lunge. Their twisted bodies convulsed, the alien flesh turning to gray ash that was instantly scattered by the wave. In less than a second, every single monster in the colossal cavern was wiped from the board. From his protected alcove, Colonel Thorne watched his tactical display turn from a sea of hostile red blips to a blank, empty green. His men weren't so lucky. The shockwave hit them like a physical hammer. Soldiers were flung through the air like dolls, slamming into metal walls and jagged rock formations with sickening crunches. The sensitive electronics in their high-tech gear shorted out with showers of sparks. Those closest to the blast simply dropped, blood trickling from their eyes and ears, their minds permanently scrambled by the psychic fallout. Status report! What the hell was that? Thorne bellowed into his dead comms unit. He slammed his fist against the console in a rage. He saw the aftermath through his binoculars. His elite force, his new American brigade, was broken, wounded, humiliated. And in the center of it all, he saw Kale land on the stone floor as gracefully as a bird of prey. The man didn't even stumble. He just stood there, the victor, the one who had single-handedly accomplished what Thorne's entire military unit could not. The fury in Thorne's chest was a cold, solid thing. It was no longer about resources. It was personal. This man, this civilian, had made a mockery of him. "Fall back," he snarled to the nearest officer, his voice low and dangerous. "Get the wounded. We are leaving. Now." "Sir, the objective has changed." Thorne cut him off, his eyes like chips of ice, still locked on Kale's distant figure. "Our objective is to live. Gather everything and everyone who can still walk. We pull out. That's a direct order." The colonel turned his back on the cavern, on the prize. He had lost, on the man who had taken it. The retreat of the new American brigade was not orderly. It was a scramble, a rout. They left behind broken equipment, dead bodies, and the last shreds of their pride. Kale watched them go, his expression unreadable. He could have finished them. A word to Maya, and she would have picked off their leadership in the chaos. A command to Jack, and he would have charged into their disorganized ranks and shattered them completely. But he didn't. They weren't the real threat. Not yet. "Kale, are you okay?" Jack's heavy boots thudded on the ground as he ran up, his warhammer resting on his shoulder. That was... Holy shit, man. That was some anime-level stuff. Leo was already there, his tablet miraculously still functioning. "Energy readings are... stable?" "No, they're not stable. They're coalescing." "Kale, look!" He pointed towards the spot where the amalgam had died. The air was no longer empty. The psychic energy of over 4,000 souls, stripped of its pain and madness by Kale's final, purifying strike, was collapsing in on itself. Light bent around a central point, gathering, compacting, solidifying. It was like watching a star being born in fast forward. The swirling motes of light fused together, forming a crystalline object that slowly lowered itself to the ground. It was a diamond-like sphere, the size of a basketball, pulsating with a gentle, warm, white-gold light. It contained no malice, no terror, only an incredible density of pure, raw power. A Tin Hach Ngon, a source core. But this one was different. It wasn't from a single powerful beast. It was the condensed life force of an entire massacre. The potential it held was unimaginable. "Jesus!" Jack breathed, his eyes wide. "That's the loot drop?" "The energy signature is off the scale," Leo muttered, frantically tapping at his screen. "This thing holds more power than a small nuclear reactor. Kale, we need to secure this and get it back to the fortress. Studying this could change everything." "Study it?" Kale said, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. He took a step towards the glowing sphere. "Leo, you can study the leftovers. I'm having the main course." "What? Here? Now?" Leo protested. "Kale, absorbing that much raw energy at once? We don't know what it will do. Your system might not be able to handle it. It could overload. It won't," Kale stated with absolute confidence. He knew his system. It was born from his will to survive, to dominate. It didn't have a limit. He was the limit. He turned to his team. Maya had already reappeared from the shadows, her twin blades drawn, her eyes scanning the entrances to the cavern. Jack hefted his warhammer, planting his feet and becoming a human wall between Kale and the rest of the world. They didn't need to understand. They just needed to trust. "Guard me," Kale said simply. It was all the instruction they needed. He walked up to the source core and placed his hand on its smooth, warm surface. The universe exploded in his mind. It was a flood. A Niagara Falls of pure energy pouring directly into his soul. It bypassed his skin, his nerves, his blood, and shot straight into his spiritual core. The sheer volume was 1,000 times greater than anything he had ever absorbed before. His system, the willpower filtration system, roared to life. Usually it was silent, efficient. Now it was a screaming turbine fighting against a tidal wave. "Critical alert. Extreme energy influx detected. Source, high-density fused soul core. Filtration system operating at 500% capacity. Purifying, purifying, purifying." Kale's body began to glow, bathed in the same white-gold light as the core. He gritted his teeth, his muscles spasming. It felt like being remade, atom by atom. The energy wasn't just filling him up. It was rewriting him. His bones felt like they were liquefying and re-solidifying into something stronger. His blood felt like it was boiling, burning away impurities he never knew he had. "Warning! Host's physical and spiritual body reaching saturation point." Capacity at 98%, 99%, 100%. Threshold breach imminent, initiating evolutionary protocol. Kale, Jack yelled, taking a step forward in alarm, but Maya put a hand on his arm, shaking her head. Her amber eyes were locked on Kyle, and for the first time, Jack saw not just loyalty in them, but something akin to reverence. The source core pulsed violently, and the last of its light streamed into Kale's body in a massive, final torrent. Energy absorption complete. Threshold shattered. Host evolution successful. Level up. Rank achieved. Tier 3 fused. The light erupting from Kyle's body intensified, forcing even Jack and Maya to shield their eyes. It wasn't hot. It wasn't painful. It was just absolute. A declaration of power made manifest. When the light subsided, Kale stood in the same spot, but he was fundamentally different. He felt it. He didn't just feel the power inside him anymore. He was the power. The line between his physical body and his energy reserves had vanished. They were one and the same. He could feel the flow of energy in his own veins as easily as he could feel his own heartbeat. He could feel the structure of the air around him, the metallic tang of the walls, the faint heat signature of his teammates. The world was no longer just something he observed. It was a medium he could touch, feel, and now shape. He slowly opened his eyes. They glowed with a faint, internal golden light. He looked at his hands, not with surprise, but with the satisfaction of a craftsman admiring his finest work. The exhaustion from the fight was gone, replaced by a deep, resonant strength that hummed in his very core. He let out a slow breath. He had done it. Tier 3. Fused. In his past life, it had taken him and the other top-tier awakeners 5 years of bloody fighting to reach this stage. He had done it in a matter of weeks. Kale raised his right hand, palm up. He focused his will, his newfound intimate connection to his own power. He didn't need a chant. He didn't need a gesture. He just needed to want it. The pure, ordered energy that now flowed as his lifeblood answered his call. It seeped from his palm, not as light, but as a liquid, shimmering silver substance. The silver energy swirled, cooled, and solidified. In seconds, it formed a shape. The grip, the trigger guard, the slide, the barrel. In his open palm lay a pistol. It was a sleek, beautiful weapon, looking like it was carved from a single piece of polished moonlight. It had no seams, no screws, no magazine slot. It was a perfect, solid object of a pure, condensed energy. The first ability of a fused rank awakener, energy manifestation. The power to give will a physical form. Leo's jaw was on the floor. No fucking way. You just created that? From nothing? Kale's fingers closed around the grip of the energy pistol. It felt solid, real, and hummed with a lethality that no gunpowder weapon could ever match. He didn't need to aim it to know that whatever it shot, it wouldn't be a simple bullet. He looked towards the dark tunnel where Thorn and his battered soldiers had vanished. The man was a problem, a relic of the old world who would use order and discipline to bring only tyranny and death. He would be back. Then, Kale's gaze shifted, looking past the walls of the cavern, past the ruins of Denver, towards the horizon. He could almost feel the presence out there, a different kind of cancer growing on the world. Not the brute force of a military dictator, but the insidious poison of a fanatic. Chagya Malaki, the Jongnoi. The bastard was out there right now, gathering his flock of crazed believers, whispering his twisted gospel and promising salvation through madness. He had won this battle. He had claimed the single greatest resource generator in the entire state of Colorado. He had achieved a new pinnacle of power that put him leagues ahead of anyone else on the planet. For all intents and purposes, he was the king of these ruins. But the real war, the war for the soul of what was left of humanity, the war against men who would be gods, and the war against the true God that whispered from the stars, that war had only just begun. Cale dismissed the energy pistol with a thought, letting it dissolve back into his body. A cold, determined smirk touched his lips. "Leo," he said, his voice calm and full of chilling authority. "Get the transport ready. We're going home. We have a lot of work to do."